Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Southern DevFest. This is track number 3. We have an amazing list of speakers talking to us about all kinds of different technology. It's a great way for you to learn or expand your knowledge on these new technologies. We are super excited to have you on board. And without further ado, I know we're running a little bit behind, maybe not. Let me introduce you to Debbie O'Brien. Let me bring Debbie in.
Hey, everyone. Hey, Hendrix. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah. Thank you. So I know everybody is very excited. We just finished the welcome remark. Is there anything you want to tell everyone before we kind of dive into your talk?
What can I say? The sun is setting down here in Mallorca, Spain. You are just starting your day. So yeah, time zones are crazy. So yeah, no, it's great to actually be in this conference, even though, physically I'm somewhere else in the world, but that's all cool. And I hope you learned something today about Nuxt. I work at Nuxt.js. So for those of you who don't know what Nuxt is, it's a meta framework on Vue. And my job is to Nuxtify the world. So my mission here today is at the end of this talk, you're all going to walk away and say, yes, I love Nuxt just as much as Debbie. That's my goal.
Awesome. So without further ado, so we are like running right on time. I would let you start. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Okay, cool. So now I'm going to do the most difficult thing ever. I'm going to share my screen. And I don't know if you need to click anything. Let me see. This one here. Share, and then it should just appear. I think you've got to do something to make it appear on the... Yes, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, so here we go. Everyone, going static in a dynamic world with Hasura and Nuxt.js. So as I said, my name is Debbie O'Brien. I'm head of learning and a developer advocate at Nuxt.js. I write for Ultimate Courses. I'm a teacher at Vue School. I'm a Google developer expert, a media developer expert, and a Microsoft most valuable professional. This is one of my favorite photos because this is me on a cruise ship on the way to Antarctica. We actually gave a talk in Antarctica. And I just love it because I was working there. And at that time, the world was normal and it was great. So it's like one of my best memories. So we'll get back to that one day, I'm sure. You can follow me LinkedIn, Debbie O'Brien, or Twitter, Debs_O'Brien. Okay, so what am I going to cover today? So we're going to cover Nuxt.js. I'm going to cover how static sites work, a little bit of Hasura and GraphQL, build hooks and trigger with Netlify deployment, and the Nuxt.js full static. I know, right? That's kind of a lot. You're probably sitting there, you're like, seriously, so much stuff? Yeah, but don't worry. I'll take it slow, sit back and relax. It's going to be fun, I promise you. Okay, so let's first talk about Nuxt. So Nuxt is an intuitive Vue framework. So if you know Vue, then you can use Nuxt straight away. If you don't know Vue, it's so easy to learn. Like literally you can get started in a day and it's just so much fun working with Vue. The benefits of Nuxt. So you get file-based routing. Now, what does that mean? So basically, if you create a Vue file and you put it in your pages folder, then that's it. You have file-based routing. You have routing out of the box. You do not have to create a router.js file. You don't have to maintain it. You even get code splitting out of the box. You just put a Vue file in the pages folder and bang, you've got routing. That's cool. That's Nuxt. So yes, automatic code splitting of routes. What is code splitting? It means it's only going to load the JavaScript on the page that you're actually on. It won't load the JavaScript of all the other pages, right? It's going to split them up into different bundles and it will only load them when or if you actually go to those routes. So that's the kind of cool thing about code splitting. And prefetching. Now, prefetching is great. So it starts fetching all these pages ahead of time. So obviously, when after it's done all the main JavaScript and it's got everything running, and then it says, oh, I've got some time now. I'll go prefetch that page so it's ready for when the user clicks. And that makes it super performant. So that's done automatically using the Nuxt link. That's one of the Nuxt benefits. Really cool feature. Automatic component imports. I love this. This is new. It's about, 4 months now, I think. So you used to have to import component from components, and then say component hero or whatever. And now, bang, put it in your template, just works. Love it. And you even get lazy loaded components by just putting word lazy before the actual component name. And then it's lazy loaded for when, say click and you want it to load. So that's super performant. So that's super cool. There's more than 100 modules. Actually, I need to update this slide because there's now like more than 145 modules. We have a website now called modules.nuxt.js.org, and you can go there and you can basically see all the modules that we have and use them, and it's just brilliant. So there's so much you can do. So yes, more benefits. I know you got a progressive web app. So this is like really cool. You can just install it and it just like works. You pretty much just have to change, you know, the icon and that's it. Having a progressive web app is really, really great because it's going to improve your performance. And especially when it's teamed with like the full static mode, it's going to make it, you know, just like, yeah, offline support, which is great, especially when we're in these places at home with like really bad internet. I'm really lucky. I have great internet, but there are times when like everyone in our apartment block seems to be online and kind of like goes down a little bit. So yes, PWA is really good. Server-side rendering. So we're basically working with Vue, which is known as a single page application, right? But with Nuxt, we get server-side rendering out of the box, which means like you can just build anything you want. And that's really, really cool. You can also do static site generation. And the great thing about Nuxt is it's just by changing like one command, you can basically say target server, bang, you've got server-side rendering. Target static, bang, you've got static site generation. That's just cool. So static sites, let's talk about them because they're my favorite. Now, these are the static sites of the 90s. And you're probably going, yeah, that's right. That's great, you know, but I don't want to build those kind of sites, right? Now, the thing is that the static sites of the 90s, this is one of the most iconic and the best site ever built. It was built in 1996 for the Space Jam movie for Warner Brothers. They never even realized it was going to like be this amazing, right? But yeah, this site was built and it's fully static and it's still online today. It's like, it's amazing. And you should all just check it out. Actually, like it's really bad in some ways because you can hover over things and you won't actually realize that they're links, but all those planets are links and there's so much content in there and it's super performant. It scores 100 on a performance test. Brilliant it is. So why should you go static? So static, there's no server, right? So it's cheaper and safer. And yes, in the 90s, that was our only option. Now we have other options, but we want to go back to static for these reasons. No server. I like cheap. I like free. I mean, I'm hosting every day for free. That's brilliant. Better offline support. So like what I said, you know, we're not traveling so much these days, but we're stuck at home and our internet is not always the best. We need to have good offline support for when, you know, those times happen when, you know, your internet's not that great. And going static is going to give you much more performant websites and better offline support. And we're all shopping online. We're doing everything online these days. So it's really important that your website has that performance. Performance is key. Just like think performance, because like if I'm going to shop on your site and I've got to wait a couple of seconds, I'm gone. I'm out of there because there's someone else that's going to be faster and I'll just, you've lost me. So make sure your sites are performant. It reduces the carbon footprint. Seriously, I'm not joking. I got rid of all my hosting that was on a server. I actually stopped paying for it this year. And it was so nice because I was paying for a service I'm not even using, right? And I got rid of all those WordPress websites and I put everything into Nuxt. Reducing the carbon footprint is really, really important. And we've seen this year the impact on we stopped the world. And I mean, you should have seen the impact, right? I mean, we've all seen it. The beaches here in Mallorca, I've never seen them. This sea was like so blue, it was incredible. It was see-through. It was like, wow. So reducing carbon footprint helps. Every little helps. So doing your little bit is just, yeah, we need to do it. We all need to do it. So let's talk about Nuxt full static. So with the full static module, so it's kind of like now included. You get full static out of the box. And you don't have to expose your API to the public. So before, it was calling your API on client side every time you navigated to a page. Now with full static, it's fully static. So you don't see the API at all. You just see the data that's returned back, right? So that's kind of good. You can decide when to publish new content from your API by just regenerating your site. So you've just got to regenerate your site and bang, you've got your new content. Simple, easy, done. Full static is much faster because like API calls have latency, right? Always takes a little bit longer to go up there, get that stuff from the API and bring it down. And with the full static, those API calls have already been made and they're now stored in this like payload folder, in this like static folder. It's all stored there and it's just like going there and getting it. So it's super quick. The payload files are cached, which means with offline support with a PWA module, bang, it's just like, yes, wow, cool, love it. Okay, more on full static? Seriously? This is all you got to do. Put target static in your Nuxt config and then just run the generate command. And then you've got a website for full static. So if you already got a website up there, the server-side rendering, you want to change to static, just do target static, Nuxt generate, bang. Okay, this is how it works. So you got your code, and I'm using GitHub. I mean, this is basically my preferred choice. So yeah, your code is there, and then you're using GitHub, and you're saying like git push, right? And then I have a trigger that's like set to deploy to Netlify. So on push, it's going to go and deploy to Netlify. So it goes to Netlify and says, hey, Netlify, can you call the generate command? And the Nuxt generate command is going to then generate the static HTML. So your HTML, the CSS, the JavaScript, and everything that's needed to run that website. That website is now statically generated, and you've got that website, bang, and it's there. What about data, Michael? Yeah, okay, I know. Yeah, sometimes, you've just got like those basic static stuff and you want a bit of data, you want other stuff. Right, okay, I get you. So this is my website, right? And I actually put all my conferences on here. And what I do is I need to update the conferences all the time. So all that is kind of like data, and I don't want that in my code. So what I use for that is I use Hasura. Now, if you've never heard of Hasura, Hasura is fantastic. It's free. I love free. So with Hasura, you get real-time GraphQL APIs instantly. It's open source, and it connects your databases and microservices, auto-generates a production-ready GraphQL backend. Now, I'm not a backend developer. I can't do backend stuff. I'm a front-end developer, and I can build APIs. Oh, it's so cool. So this is what it looks like, right? And you can add a new table very, very simply. And I think I actually have time. So I'm actually just going to show you. I think I've got it open here. Let me see if I can do this. Probably break everything. Right here. So this is it, right? So in Hasura, you can basically go in here and let's kind of like create a table, right? So if you wanted to create a table, you would basically just come in here. Now I've already got some tables created, but you could just click on add table, right? And then you just put your table name. So say your table name is, I don't know, meetups, for example, right? You wanted to then just put a column name, and it could be a place, for example, and you'd say the column type, and you could put integer, text, whatever. You could even have a default value. Like now it's just like remote always, right? So you can have that default value in there, and then you could make it unique or nullable, whatever. You can set a primary key, a foreign key, unique key, and then you just click on the button and add that table. I mean, it's as simple as that. Now I've already got like a table set up. I've got my conferences table, and I can copy, I can edit, I can delete, I can do like, everything here. So it's really, 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 really simple to use. So let's just go back to the slides a little bit, because I went a little bit fast. Yes. So what you get is a GraphQL endpoint, and that's basically, well, you'll see it here. That's kind of my GraphQL endpoint. It's just like da 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 da. When I click on there, you've got my GraphQL endpoint right there. So that's where that comes from. You just get one endpoint because you're using GraphQL, so it's really, really simple to use. And you get a GraphQL playground, right? So it works like this. You get all this kind of stuff in the Explorer, and then you can basically just like check boxes. You can go, right, from the workshops table, I want the alt, I want the date, I want the duration, the ID, the image, the name, the place, the title, the topic, bang. And then like, I just go play. So it just makes all this for me. I don't have to do anything. I'll show you in a second. And then you just press play. When you press that play button, bang, you get like all your data. So you can see that it's all there and it's all working. And before you actually put it live in your site, you can see, is that really like what I want, right? So I'll just show you, just in case you don't believe the slides, right? This is the real stuff here. So I'm creating the conferences, and I can just like, I can click date. I can click a descending, for example. I can get the ID, the image, the name, and I'm ordering by. No, I don't want to order all by that. That would be a bit mad. So let's just order by date. And I've already selected a couple of these, and let me just put a few more. I'll do the place and the talk and the type, right? And then I just press play, bang, it's all there, right? So that's really, really cool. And then like, this is just here so you can see what's going on. But what you really want to do is copy this. You want to copy this, which you can actually just press copy. You don't even have to like actually like hover over it, right? But when you copy that, you can then put that in your code. That's the query you want to run to get the data that's over here. So you can play around in this like playground, which comes in Hasura in this GraphQL, and it's really, really cool. So yeah, this is great. Back to the slides. Bang, Hasura and Nuxt. So how are we going to get these two together, right? We've got our Hasura. That's easy. We can all build tables now. We can put all our data in there. But how are we going to show it in a Nuxt application? Let me show you. So install and register HTTP. So I'm using like install like Nuxt HTTP, but you could use Axios, for example, just to like be able to get data, right? So you put that in your modules. If this was Axios, you put Axios in here. And then you need to, well, you don't need to create a plugin, but I'm going to show you how to create a plugin, because you could use Apollo. But Apollo's quite big, right? And Apollo's great, but just if you're just fetching data, Apollo's like, wow, it's too big a library for just that. So I like to keep things a little bit, more performant, and my bundle's a little smaller, and just create a plugin because, that's all I need. So this is the plugin I created, really, really simple. And you just say like export default a function, and I'm getting from the context, the HTTP module and the config, and then I'm using inject, right? And then I basically say const $Hasura equals the HTTP, and then I want to create and prefix it with the config API Hasura URL. So that's like coming from my config. So I could put it in here. That's my endpoint, right? I could just put my endpoint right in here, but I've got it in my Nuxt config as a kind of like an end variable, right? So I'm getting that from $config. That's a runtime config value. Then I use inject, and I say inject Hasura, and then just like $post and $bind, and then like, the Hasura. And that's it. That's my plugin created, simple. So from there, I just register the plugin, right? Because with Nuxt, if you make a plugin, then you need to say like, hey, I want to use that plugin. So you go to Nuxt config, and in the plugins, you basically then just put your plugins, Hasura.js. Little tip here, Nuxt 3, you're not going to have to do this. It's going to be magic, automatic. Can't wait for that. So cool. That's coming next year. So then I go into my file and I say import GQL from GraphQL tag, right? And then I import print from the GraphQL language printer. So I put that in my page, import it. And then I just had my query, right? And you've seen like my query, just copy and paste the query from the GraphQL, and you just put it in here. And then like, that's it. You've got your query, right? And then what we can do is using async data, we'll say async data. We're putting app from context, and we're saying const data await app $Hasura, right? I'm getting that from my plugin. And then query. Yeah, that's the query that I just put in the last slide. Yeah, this one here. Let me go back and show you. Yeah, so this is the query. And I'm basically in here saying query, print query, right? And then return the conferences being data.conferences, or workshops data.workshops, or meetups data, whatever. And that's it. That's simple, right? Then I can just like use it in my template. How do you use it in your template? Well, just do like a V4, and then just say for all the conferences, print out the conference name. Simple as that. Now I've got all my data. And like, that was just, yeah, super easy, right? I know, right? It's so much to take in. I hope it's not going in one ear and out the other. I will be checking to make sure you all registered that and got it. But it is super, super easy. And I really encourage you to try it out. So how would that look now when it comes to my deployment? So I've got my code, I've done push, it's in GitHub, and it's now set to Netlify, go and deploy. Netlify saying, right, I'm going to run that Nuxt generate command. And as it's generating, it goes, oh, I've got to go fetch data. So it's going to go to Hasura, and it's going to say, hey, I need that data. Can you give it back to me? And Hasura is going to say, yep, here you go. Here's the data. And then it will start to render that static HTML and build those files with that hello page and everything else coming from the Hasura GraphQL endpoint. So that's kind of cool. So what about data changing? Oh, Michael, you're seriously making my life difficult here, right? Yeah, you all want to change data. Why can't you just leave it like it was in 1996? The data never changed. Okay, so nowadays we want to change data all the time, don't we? Yes, I know. Okay, so let's be dynamic a little bit and let's start changing our data. How would we do this? So we can create an event trigger. Like literally we can generate an update, and that's the cool thing about this. So creating an event trigger is really easy. And literally, I'll even show you in the actual, because like sometimes with slides, you're going, yeah, okay, that looks so easy, but really, is it really that easy? It really is that easy. Like literally, I just go in here to events, and I just press create, and I just like name my event trigger. And then I just say, you could say like build on change or whatever you want. You can call it whatever. And then you just select the table. Which table do you want to use? And then you say like, does it want to be on insert, on update, on delete, or whichever? And then the only thing that you have to put is the webhook URL. That's going to come from what you're using. I'm using Netlify. So Netlify is going to give me this webhook URL, and I'm going to put it in there. And then I click create event trigger, and I've got my event trigger. So it's as simple as that. And I've already created two, as you can see here. So I'm not going to create another one. But that's all you need to do. So really, really, really easy, right? So yeah, basically like the slide, super simple. And when you go to Netlify, it's really easy. You just go to the build hook section, and then you just like say build hook name, call it whatever you want. Netlify, Hasura, build, whatever. And then which branch master, you could do dev, maybe just want to play around with it first, whatever. Choose your branch, press save, bang. That's going to give you this like little kind of URL thing, which you copy. This is not the real one. So if you copy mine and start, messing with my Netlify build, it's not going to work. So yeah, that's a fake one, but it looks like that. So you then take that when you copy it, and then you put it in, like Ray showed you. This is the webhook URL from Hasura. You put it in there, and that's it. Then it's like, it's super cool. I really love it. So like basically then every time you browse, modify, or delete something in Hasura, so I'm in Hasura and I browse something, I change something, I modify something, it's just going to generate a new build. It's literally just going to say, right, Hasura, bang, I want to save, I want to create a new title called my awesome new title. I press save and bang, it's going to go to Netlify and say, hey, you need to deploy again because I've just changed some data. And Netlify is going to go, hang on a second, right? I'm going to, do that Nuxt generate, fetch that data, return that data, and then start to create all those static HTML files again, and it's going to send that awesome new title, and that new data is done. So yes, you're probably thinking, yeah, but I've got every time Netlify is going to do that work every time I change my data. Well, yeah, but don't worry about it. Netlify is worrying about that for you. You just press save and let Netlify do its job. Super simple. Now, the great thing as well about this is that because you're only changing in the database, you're not actually modifying your JavaScript, your .view file, right? You're not modifying your Nuxt config. You're not modifying anything like architecturally, right? So it's going to like skip Webpack. It's going to say, hey, you didn't do anything that makes me want to, do a new build with Webpack. And it's just going to generate the files. And it's going to be super fast because it doesn't have to go through Webpack. That's cool. So yeah, full static is amazing. With full static, you call the payload on page change. And, that's all those static files are in that payload. They're all saved there, and it's just going to call there. It's going to get them back super fast. There's a crawler for dynamic pages, right? Now, what that means is that basically, if you're using the Nuxt link tag and maybe you create a dynamic page, right? Like say a blog, and you've got like all these blog posts and loads, like 100 blog posts, whatever. And before you used to have to like add a generate function and like, map over all those. And yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare. But now it's just automatic. You don't have to do anything. The crawler is just going to find all those once they're linked to. If you're not linking to those pages, if they're secret pages, then, the crawler is not going to find them either. But yeah, if not, it just crawls it and bang. You can also do live preview. Now, live preview is really cool, which means you can actually preview live the changes. So you can actually just like, make your changes in Hasura and then go and see it live and make sure it's okay before it actually deploys. And that's kind of really cool as well. Remember, your build is cached, so it's super fast and it only generates on content change. Lightning fast, just like me. I know, Michael, exactly. Nuxt is as fast as you. Like, seriously, it's amazing. So why should you go? Basically, remember, there's no server. It is cheaper and safer. That's really, really cool. It's better offline support. There's better performance. And that's really, really, really important nowadays. And we all should think about reducing the carbon footprint, and going static will do that. Think static and be dynamic. Thank you, Michael. I know you're static. I know you want to be dynamic, but you're thinking static as well. And I know like the next Space Jam 2 movie, they were working on, I don't know, because of the whole COVID thing, things kind of halted, but they said that they would love to rebuild that website again now in like, these years, and kind of make a static site and see what it looks like. I would love them to build it in Nuxt. That would be amazing. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are you Nuxt? I really hope you are. My job is to Nuxtify the world. That's what I'm here for. If you have any questions about Nuxt, do come and see me. Do follow me. You can find me everywhere. Twitter, Debs_Brian. I've got some Vue courses as well on Vue School. And yeah, I'm everywhere and happy to share the Nuxt love. So do come and see me if you do have any Nuxt questions. Thank you very much. Dun, 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 dun. And that's it. What a good thing. Did you like it?
Yes. I love the Michael Jordan in the picture. I love basketball. He was one of my favorite players, so that's awesome.
That's a cool website, right? And it's like, this website from the 1996 is still live. And you know what the really cool thing about it is? This happened a couple of years back. Someone took it offline. Right, because when, we don't need it. Warner Brothers, why do we need this website online? This is I think it was about 14 years ago. So they took it offline, and then one of the workers who worked on that site was still there, and he's like, no, you can't take that off. You need to keep that online. So now they've created a Twitter bot that actually checks every 2 hours to see if it's still online, and it's been running for like 14 years. It's really cool.
We don't want that out of the internet. That's awesome. Wow. Does if you have any question, please post them on the YouTube stream, and so we could just ask Debbie. But one of the questions asked, and I need to maybe ask you offline, is the code or the slides that you share, are they going to be available? Some people were asking before.
Yeah. So I can, well, actually, if you just go to my website, it's called debbie.codes. It's quite easy to remember. And Debbie.codes, I code. And my website, Debbie.codes, is open source, and that has all that code in there. So you're welcome to just go into my website and check out the code. You'll see a lot of disasters as well. Like, don't judge me, because sometimes I just don't have time, and I shove something up there and I know it's not good. So, but yeah, you will find that plugin is there, and you'll find like how I'm connecting to Hasura and stuff. And I've also created blog posts on how to create, how to use Hasura as well. So you'll find that on my website as well. On the slides, you'll find a link to all my slide decks, and you'll be able to see all slides and videos from previous conferences and everything. So it's all there, Debbie.codes.
That's awesome. Now, a question. This is from me. If somebody like have no knowledge of any of this, how is it easy to start? Like, I'm assuming that you on your website they could kind of get started, but how difficult it is, because usually people see these things like they knew and like, oh my God, that's so cool. How can I do it? How can somebody like start with this if they have no previous like knowledge of this?
So yeah, like if you have no previous knowledge, the first thing I would say is learn a little bit of JavaScript, because when you're working with Vue and Nuxt, it's JavaScript, and you need to understand a little bit of JavaScript. But the great thing about Vue compared to like say other frameworks is that it's so easy to learn that you probably don't need that much JavaScript experience, and you can literally like come on board, and you need to know a little bit of HTML, how it works for sure, but you can build something very, very, very quickly with Nuxt, and you can get that up and running in like in a matter of a day. You could have something basic up, and then you do need to improve your skills, right? And learn more and go a bit deeper into Vue, deeper into JavaScript, etc. And then like Hasura, you've seen how quickly I created a table, right? Like you can have an endpoint up online and running in like 3 minutes. Just go to their website. It's so easy and it's free. And I mean, I can't create an API. I don't know how to do that, but I've created my own API just thanks to Hasura. So it's really easy, but you've just got to like try and play around with it. I have a YouTube channel as well that will help people learn, and I'm like putting out new videos every week. So you'll find the link on my site under the context. I still haven't put icons there yet, but you'll find the link there. And yeah, like just watch my YouTube videos. They're free, and you'll be able to like learn new things all the time and just build stuff with Nuxt and break things. Don't worry about breaking things. Build again. And the documentation is great as well. So yeah, we've got you covered.
So now if you have somebody like me that has some Angular experience and wanted to do this, how hard is it to get started?
Oh, you will love it.
How you pull your Angular knowledge out of your head? And then
well, if you're coming from Angular, right? Now, I started in Angular. And like, remember that Vue was built after Angular and React, and the great things were taken from both of those frameworks. So if you know Angular 1, AngularJS, right? That was the first one, which is a little bit different to Angular nowadays. Vue is very much based on that, like the directives work very similar, etc. Now, the Angular of today, I think it's Angular 9. No, are we in 9?
I think so.
Yeah. It's pretty complex, right? Because you have to know TypeScript to be able to work with Angular. With Vue, with Nuxt, you can use TypeScript if you want to, but you don't have to. So that gives you both the choice to, either or. So coming from Angular, you're going to say, wow, this is so easy. This is so easy compared to Angular, because Angular is great, but it's full on. Angular is full on. You have a lot of learning to do when it comes to Angular, and it is great, but Nuxt is going to make your life easier. You're going to get a lot of things out of the box that just work. And single file components, I love that. You have everything in one file, whereas with Angular, you're going to go in here, change in the template, then open another file, change in here, then open there, change the JavaScript, go back here, and it's like, oh my God. So yeah, you'll love it.
All right. That's great, because for me, I started with Angular like way at the beginning, and everything seemed so kind of easy I'm not going to say easy, but once you get it, right? Like, oh, this makes sense. But then as he progressed and it was, kept updating and he changed, then it got more, a little more complicated.
A lot more complicated.
All right. So so this is awesome. Oh, we have Danny.
I had to pop in. Debbie
Yes.
is like an amazing influence, and I had to make sure that I showed some support. But I do have a question, and
Yeah,
it
go
is
for it.
Nuxt.js Vue related. So Vue, for a lot of times when you like first started up, like the initial load is sometimes really slow. Is that the same issue with Nuxt, or is that something that is different? Like, how does that work out?
That is a brilliant question. So yeah, a lot of people don't actually realize, right? Because Vue is like single page application based. So everything's loaded in the client. So you got to load every single thing of JavaScript right there in the browser before you actually, are able to build a page, because the page is being built in the browser in Chrome, right? While you're looking at it, it's like building all that. Whereas with Nuxt, like what I showed you with the where you got server-side rendering where it's done on the server, or you got the full static where it's actually done, Netlify's done it before you even made it to the client, right? So Netlify's already built that, and then when you go and click on your website, it's already there. It's like, bang, here you go, it's all here. So it's already, search engines have crawled it, everything's built and ready. So it's just like that website in Space Jam. It's just already built. There's no servers in Space Jam. In 1996, we didn't have servers. We didn't have server-side rendering. We didn't have single-page applications. We had only static sites, and they were super fast. And with Nuxt, we're doing the same thing, only later on then we have client-side navigation. We have all that JavaScript, but it's already loaded and stuff because we had that pre-rendering done first. So that makes it super performant. So yeah, there's a massive difference when it comes to performance.
Okay, so
And I think that helps with SEO, right? Like having everything.
So
Sure.
that's what I was
For
going to
sure.
say is most Vue apps are not SEO friendly at all. How does that work with Nuxt essentially?
Yeah, so what I would say, like if you get a Nuxt application, you can like really build one and create Nuxt app in a second, right? And you can select all those things, build the application, and then run the Nuxt generate command. So if you're using yarn generate, and then like go to your dist folder, and you'll actually see everything is all there, every single thing, like a standard HTML file, like when we built HTML in the olden days with all those everything, all the text is there, everything is there, and you'll see that in the dist folder. You can see it for yourself. Whereas if you go to a Vue app, for example, which is only client-side rendering, and you inspect that page, yeah, if you go inspect Vue page source and you see that page, you're going to see nothing except div ID equals app and a couple of head tags, and then like an empty page, and it has to then wait for JavaScript to recreate that page in the browser. And that's the main differences, and that's how you can tell when one page is pre-rendered or server-side rendered or rendered in the browser.
That's cool.
That makes sense. So let me ask you something. Like, obviously, we have so many frameworks out there: Vue, Angular, React. Excuse me. As far as I know, you can't catch Corona from headphones, so don't worry about it. No, it's not Corona. Don't freak out. But my question is this: like, so we have all these frameworks. Obviously, we have Nuxt, we have Next, and all that good stuff. What is a benefit if I were to say I'm choosing a project? I'm saying, all right, I'm going to go either between Vue or React, and I'm going to go between like Nuxt or Next. Like, what are my benefits that would say go this way as opposed to the other?
So, I mean, I can't really say anything bad against the other frameworks because they're doing brilliant as well, right? And Next.js is amazing. I think it's like they're doing great as well. There are things that they do better than us. There are things that we do better than them. It's just a matter of choice. But the main difference there is that we're using Vue and they're using React. So if you have a team of developers that are React professionals, then I would say, yeah, use Next.js because you already know your stuff. But if you have a team of developers who don't know either React or Vue, then learning Vue is going to be faster than learning React. That was the kind of like what I did when I was working in the agency. I needed people trained fast. Learning Vue is super fast. Using Nuxt is even faster. So I found it easier to get people and train people who new developers, get them into the marketplace and get them working. I found it easier for them to learn Vue than learn React. And that's what I would say is a kind of like a key benefit. There are so many more, but in general, there's nothing wrong with any of the other frameworks. And if you are starting out in coding, all frameworks, they're all cool. Find one that you like. I mean, if you don't like it, stop and change, right? I love Vue and I love Nuxt. I've worked with React, I've worked with Angular, and they're great. But I just have a passion for Vue and for Nuxt. So that's what but yeah, they're all good. Just go with whatever works for you. And it's easy to learn Vue. It really is.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So then I would say, like, what would you recommend as a learning path for someone that wanted to learn Vue and Nuxt and to pick that up? What would you recommend as a surefire way to go?
So there's quite a few different methods, and like we have Vue School and we have Vue Mastery, and then there's Front End Masters. Sarah Drassen has done an amazing new course which just got launched literally like last week, and that's really, really good. And then we have Mastering Nuxt, which was launched yesterday, and that's in conjunction with Vue School and the Nuxt team, and that's you're going to be building an Airbnb. Nuxt B&B, right? And you'll be able to build that, and that's going to be really cool. They'll be released every week. Now you do have to pay for that. So I also understand that, people don't always have money and can't afford to pay for courses. And I get that. And but open classrooms have free courses. So you can also use them to learn Vue. Ben Hong, who's a core team member of Vue, has built a course on there. And then I have a YouTube channel where I'm just like sending content out all the time, and I'm creating videos. And, they're free. I mean, yeah, if you go to Vue School, they're edited and they're more professional, and mine are just raw and I make mistakes live. So, but they're free. So you can go to the YouTube channel, you can learn from there, the documentation, and we have an amazing community as well. So go and join our Discord community. You'll find the link in the footer of the Nuxt docs. Just go down there, click on Discord and join our community, and we're all in here to help out. So yeah, that's, I think, the best way. Just build with Nuxt, just build it.
I agree with that.
Just break things, right? At the end of the day, just go and break things.
Exactly. But read the docs as well. The docs will help you.
I always feel that, like as a new developer, you have to fail. You have to fail, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that you have to see the errors, right? Like you have to write some code, see the errors, and then understand why you got the error. Fix it, move on. Get another error, and you should be happy every time you see an error, because it's basically that's how you learn.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't happy yesterday when I was live coding. I saw errors, and I was like, I've done this so many times. I'm like, what am I doing? And then I went, I forgot to put .fetch at the end of my fetch. I mean, obviously it's not going to fetch if I don't tell it to fetch. We all make mistakes, and it's fine. You'll figure it out. But if you understand the code, if you understand what you're doing, then you'll end up being able to find your errors. If you don't understand what you're doing, if you're just copying and pasting and putting stuff there, then you will have problems where you're kind of like going, this doesn't work and I don't understand. So try not to copy paste, try to write, because otherwise you'll forget to write .fetch at the end of your fetch calls all the time because you've constantly copied and pasted.
The best example for me of this is when you have sort of an expert at something that start doing some live coding and they get an error. Like in front of everybody, and everybody's looking like, oh my God, it got an error. And then they try to figure it out, right? But sometimes they figured it out really quickly. And the reason they figured it out really quickly is because they've seen that same error millions of times before, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. But if you start, it's the first time you see it. And then you go through the process that expert went through before you, right? Yeah. So that's how they became who they are, by seeing the error a million times. And that's how they were able to fix it. Sometimes they get error that they never seen before. They're like, oh, let's move on. My slide is not working. Let me show you another example. And that's how you know that that's an error that they haven't seen that frequently. And just I want to highlight that, because most people, they see someone presenting and they're the expert. It doesn't mean that they haven't seen those errors. They have seen tons of errors before.
I talk about this a lot, and not to like try and steal any light, but I always say a tutorial is a very smooth, predestined road where you're not facing any errors or any issues. Mm-hmm. The most common error is going to be a syntax error because you misspelled something, or maybe some text is the wrong place. Yeah. You become a better developer by facing those errors. Facing that error makes you better. It's as simple as that. That's why I always say, when you follow a tutorial, did they teach you how to make a cat app? Well, make one for dogs. Did they teach you how to make a car reservation system? Well, make one for houses. The basic structure stays the same, but you're going to have to make some minor tweaks here and there to make sure that you're making that happen. And in doing that, you're going to face errors, and facing that error makes you 10 times better than just typing code. But one thing I also say is, don't copy and paste code, type it out. It seems weird, and of course it is longer, but when you type it out, you're focusing on each character as you type it. You get a deeper understanding of what you're doing. Because I guarantee you, if you copy and paste code, 9 times out of 10, 5 seconds later, you don't even remember what it did. Like, going through that motion actually makes sure that you're understanding and you're comfortable with what you're typing out.
Completely.
I give you the extremes of it. This is a crazy example, so don't try this at home. And I did this many years ago. So I went to a job where, the they build using Java. I never used Java before, so I needed to learn Java. I came from .NET at that point, so they were using all the tools with like the drop down and every like code help you to code, like you build your project. So I have this situation where I didn't know Java, wanted to learn Java, but I also didn't want to kind of use a tool that gave me all the like everything, right? So I wanted to learn VI at that time. So I decided this is the horrible thing. I decided to write everything using VI because it would not help me, right? I needed to go to the documentation and say, okay, how do I do this before I actually did it? Took a lot of time, but it was a crazy exercise where I learned a lot, to the point that I would go to talk to other developers and I'm like, oh yeah, and that documentation about, simple little thing like how to manipulate string. I'm like, yeah, you go there and they tells you this because I read it before.
Yeah, we have no idea.
But don't do that. It's crazy.
Yeah. I've learned a lot from like building the YouTube videos, and they're only 6-7 minutes videos and they're quite simple and easy, right? But just by building them, I've had to think about what I'm actually doing. Whereas before you're copying, like you said, copy from the docs, get that fetch call. So you're fetching your data, you paste it in, it works. You don't think anything of it. You have no idea what it's really doing. You just know it works. And when you start to create the videos and start to teach it, you kind of go, wow, okay, what is this actually doing? And I would encourage any of you to like try and teach something. And you might say, right, I don't have anyone to teach, because you can teach your dog, right? You can pretend that dog is and actually just like talk the code out. You can teach your grandmother. That would be very fun. But yeah, try and teach people, or write blog posts. When you're writing blog posts, and you're teaching people as well. So you're doing it for yourself, write your blog post, and like you'll end up kind of explaining things to yourself, and you will learn so much from it. And I really, really encourage everyone to do that.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Another way is to, if you don't have someone to ask, is that you think of, how can I do the same in a different way? Because in code, you could do the same thing in a million different ways. So you kind of make an effort to say, how do I do this but differently? Writing different code, and you're going to find out that you will be able to do it, and then you'll be able to compare and say, oh, doing it this way take me, extra step than doing it that way. Maybe this way is easier to do it for me to do it that way.
Yeah, I like what Alba put there. Write down the solution when you find it, just in case you face it again and you forgot it, right? So it works for you now, so write it down. That's like I say the blog posts. Write like mini little blog posts, so like how I fixed this, how I overcame this error. And if you don't want to post and you don't want the world to see, then save it in some other place. But I would say just share it with the world. I mean, why not? You'll be able to find it later at least. But yeah, it's Tor's saying he thought his ex-girlfriend, and it was a struggle. That's probably why she's the ex-girlfriend, right? Yeah, so Ice-T says, do it the real developer way, use a rubber duck. That's great. There was a tip in one of the videos that we did and had a big, massive rubber duck, right? And you can teach the rubber duck. Just teach someone when you're practicing, like being an actress, right? If you've ever been an actress or an actor, you're kind of like practicing, you're pretending to someone else, right? So it's kind of like acting in a way. So just be that teacher and just pretend to teach to someone or something. And another great thing is like, yeah, writing that code out, or like I always, like my boss is like Sebastian Chopin, right? And Alex Chopin. Yeah. I normally write to my boss, like, I'm stuck on this is not working. And I write the whole thing out, and then I press send, and then I go, never mind, I figured it out. Don't like ignore that message. So like writing it out, and it kind of gets your mind explaining it to yourself, and it's really, really helpful. So find that friend that you can send, like, maybe they'll never answer you, that they might not need to answer you. So find that friend that you can just like ask those questions to, or put it on Twitter, right? And then kind of, you can delete tweets. So when you find the answers, delete it.
So I have a phrase for that. I actually always think of like, your ears are very good at telling you when you're lying. So if you say it aloud, like if you're doubting or you're working on something to some problem, and then you think you have a solution, say it aloud to yourself. Like, oh, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do that. For whatever, at least it works for me. Like for whatever reason, once my ear hear it, it says, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
it's similar to what you were saying when you're typing it. Your brain is saying, "No, that's not right."
Yeah, it's like, oh, I get it now. I figured it out. Fine, too late. I've already pressed send. Never mind.
Yeah.
You kind of feel stupid, right? But there's no such thing as a stupid question either.
Mhm.
So, like, you know, don't be like thinking you're the only one in the world that's ever come across that problem, because for sure you are not. And if you are, then wow, you're amazing, because, like, you know, you're the most unique person in the world.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think most people, it's just that realization. We don't like to fail, and we always feel bad about it. Like, oh, I don't know this, or I don't know that. But it in coding is something that you got to be familiar with. You got to be happy with. Like, you have to learn that. That's how you learn. That's how things happen. That's how things get done.
Exactly.
And no one is an expert. There's no way to be total expert at anything, I think.
And the majority of us all suffer from imposter syndrome as well. Like, I suffer from it every day, right? And people think, oh, but you're like on there speaking at conferences, you know everything, blah, blah, blah. I don't know everything. And I doubt myself every single day. But I have ways of dealing with it. I have signs in my entrance. I walk into my house and the first thing I see is, Debbie, you're amazing. I see you can do this, believe in yourself. And I read these every day. And I'm having those moments. I go to my hall and I just started like reading all these, because I see them all the time, right? And then I also program, I'm not going to say her name because she's just going to go and like start speaking to me, right? But that Alexa, yeah, she's listening right now. And when I say good morning, yeah, she starts telling me the news and the weather, and then she says, Debbie, you are amazing. And I listen to that every single day. So Google Play one or whatever you've got at home, that's a great one to do. It might sound stupid, right? My husband used to laugh at every day, kind of going, like, seriously, Debbie? And I was like, I need someone to tell me, right?
I think since you have Michael Jordan, it kind of came to my mind. One of the things about Michael Jordan is people used to praise like how great he was. Mm-hmm. And it's a quote, I don't know if it's like real or not, of him saying like, no one speak about, you know, how many shots I missed. And I think he kept account, like over my career, I had missed like 30,000 shots or something. So, which is incredible because everybody see the sort of the expert side of him. He's in the back on the one that he missed, not the one that he made.
We all do it. We all do it. Yeah, we see our failures and we look like at what we're doing wrong. We don't look at like in the back what we've just achieved. And you know, I think it's really like we all need to look at what we've achieved and how we've got to where we are and think like, wow, look what I can do. Because what you can do today, you probably couldn't do yesterday, and be proud of that. And don't just think about what you can't do, because you'll never make it. I mean, there will always be something you can't do, and that's also fine.
That's fine. So Debbie, I really want to appreciate, especially you know, knowing that you are like far away, probably in a different time zone, and
dark now. The sun's gone.
Taking your time to show our community, you know, how share your knowledge and expertise in Vue, giving a lot of sort of information and tips and tricks, having your website available for people to go and start using this technology. That's great. I had a lot of fun with the Q&A, just having a conversation, and I know we could go on for the rest of the conference, but there are other speakers behind us. I really appreciate it. Danny, you want to add anything?
Yeah, you know, thank you honestly for coming out and giving us this time, because I know, you know, it's definitely a logistical issue as far as you being in Spain and coming to hang out with us. So really thank you for that. But of course, I know pretty much just like everyone else in the chat knows, you're phenomenal at everything you're talking about and what you're doing. And we did have one question in the chat that was a good question that I kind of wanted to ask. This was by Brian. As someone who doesn't know much JavaScript, is there a direct correlation between Vue and Nuxt.js? In other words, if I look for how to do something in Vue, does it translate to Nuxt.js?
So remember that like Nuxt uses Vue, right? It is Vue, but with extra magic powers, basically. So there are little kind of differences when it comes to the routing, for example. You can have like, you could still use the router link in Nuxt, right? But if you use the Nuxt link, you get added extra benefits. So I would like, when it comes to anything that's Vue specific, you need to use the Vue docs. We don't document how to do a v4, how to use directives. That's Vue specific stuff. We only document Nuxt specific stuff. So if you want to learn Nuxt, you will be going back and forth to the Vue docs and you will have to know Vue. But when it comes to then like linking, we have the Nuxt link as opposed to the router link. And there's those couple of like, you know, little kind of minor things that are different. But yeah, they're both using the same things, right? So we're not going to document how to do stuff in Vue. Go to Vue for that. They do an amazing job in their documentation, and it would be stupid to like duplicate things, right? So yeah, you'll be going back and forth between the two.
That makes perfect sense. And I'm just making sure here that there's no other questions, because I feel like there was one more that I'm missing right now.
Yeah, I didn't zoom in on my website, so sorry about that. I wasn't meant to. I just kind of like gone, oh, you know what, I'll just do it and show you, because it was open from yesterday. But yeah, you can like just go to the Hasura website, and I'd encourage you to actually just build something with Hasura, and you'll see how easy it is. And if not, I have a blog post, and like read the blog post. That'll be like a tutorial, like you said, follow it along, and you won't get any mistakes, and it will all work.
You know, it's one thing that we could do is like all the materials and all the slides that you shared today. Why don't you go ahead and make like a tweet on that, and everyone can go to your profile and get all those resources. Follow her on Twitter as well, and then go to her YouTube channel, follow her there, and then find her somewhere else and follow her there as well. But no, at least go onto the Twitter profile, and then that way they can gain all those resources that you shared today, and hopefully people gain exactly what they need to gain out of this. You know, I was here for most of that talk, and I think it was phenomenal.
Then you can just buy me a beer, because you can buy me a beer from my website. So, you know.
That's good.
We need to do another talk too. We need to do another Whiskey Wednesday where we were all just drinking and talking again. That was fun.
That was so much fun. We should do. We should just do drinking nights once a month at least. Well, otherwise we'll turn into alcoholics.
Is that the worst thing in the world? I don't know. You know,
probably not. It saves our lives. I think this lockdown. You know, it gets us through it.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and bid you farewell. Thank you so much for doing this, Debbie.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Thank you for having me, Danny. Thanks, Hendrik.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thanks.
All right. We moved her. Okay, and one thing I want to share with everybody, you know, we have a phenomenal community of developers that have used their communities and used their influence in their communities to help make this event possible. So I kind of wanted to share two of them with you guys: GDG Dallas and, of course, GDG Houston. These phenomenal developers are going out there and sharing resources with developers in their community and trying to make everything grow. And they're trying to make sure that you're getting the help that you need, whether it's on a certain subject, whether it's courses, things like that. So if you're in these areas, definitely check them out. And if you're not, they're doing a lot of virtual events right now. Check those out as well, and maybe something will catch your eye. And one person from one of these communities that we have in our GDG spectrum is here to talk for a couple minutes about some of the things that they're doing, and that is Jay Patel. Jay, are you with us?
Your camera, Jay.
Your camera's not on, Jay.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Jay.
Yeah, we look similar. What's going on?
Yeah.
Unity, man. Southern DevFest.
I think I look similar to Danny, maybe.
It's like my skinny brother. I eat half of his food on the plate plus mine, it looks like. But I'm going to let Jay speak for a couple minutes. I'm going to bounce out. But Jay, talk about all the things that you're doing in Auburn and all the things that you're doing to help students over there learn, and some of the amazing things that you've helped people do through these workshops that you've been working out.
Sure. Let me share my screen. Okay.
All right.
Okay. This is here we are. So, Hendrix, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's there.
All right. Perfect. All right, guys. So I'm from GDG Cloud Auburn, and we are Auburn chapter in Alabama. And we are very happy to be here to present what we are doing with our amazing community. So my name is Jay Patel, and I'm a PhD student in Auburn University at Alabama. And we started this GDG Cloud Auburn chapter just last year. And these are our two amazing co-organizers, Nicole and Sarah Pham. And Sarah Pham is WTM ambassador here. And so what I'm going to talk about in this short 5 minutes I'm gonna just talk about story. So I will talk about the Sarah Fame. Sarah Fame is our youngest WTM ambassador in our chapter, and all around, let's say, in couple of nearby chapters in GDG as well. She is just 22 years old, guys. So I will talk about the story of Sarah Fame. So last year we organized our DevFest Auburn 19. That was our first DevFest, and we had like amazing 85 attendees on site because of this lockdown and all COVID pandemic. We are going virtual, but we are doing amazing things this year as well. So last year when I was organizing this DevFest, I reached out to all the students, Auburn students, that hey guys, if you wanna come and hang around and do some kind of leadership work in our team, you are feel free to do that and reach out to us. And Sarah Fam is like, okay, I want to participate in your leadership team, and then what I can do. And I gave the opportunity to Sarah Fam that, Sarah Fam, how about you conduct one of the study jam in our DevFest? And Sarah Fam like, okay, I'm not sure I can do that. And then we took 2 weeks of time to prepare Sarah Fam for conducting study jam of cloud in our DevFest event. And then Sarah Fam and other 2 participants was very interested in doing that, and then they made it out. And now Sarah Fam is our Women Tech Maker ambassador for Auburn chapter. So that was the just simple story of Sarah Fam. I just broadcasted this email, and Sarah Fam just reached out to us. So what you guys need to do is nothing but look for the GDG community near around you. If you look for the GDG community near around you, and it's the very first place to grow and all those kind of things. What we are doing in our community, that we are organizing these amazing events like DevFest. We are organizing Dev Summit for the Chrome. We are also doing Google I/O, Google Cloud, Next extended events, and all those kind of big events. But also what we are doing in our weekly times, because we are Auburn University students and we are students community, we organize the small tech talk discussion every second week in our meetups, and where we just hang around. We share some food, we share some pizza and drinks and stuff like that, and we just talk about some of the cool development things that we want to learn about together, and we make great friends. Not just that, we also sometimes hang out with the playing basketball and all different kind of thing. So community is the place where you can grow and you can learn with no matter of you are finding it difficult or you are not finding it hard for your life. So that's what we are doing. But outside that, for our chapter, one of the biggest achievement that we are doing is we run the Cloud Fundamentals series. So cloud is the next big thing in next decade for our software industry, and Google Cloud Platform provides a lot of different resources where you can, without any kind of machine you have, you can develop the code and build great products for you. So we run the Cloud Fundamentals series for deploying your web application, deploying your mobile backends, and deploying your storage, database, and all those kind of different things. So if you are interested in learning cloud technologies, follow us on social media, and this is my Twitter, and we run this Cloud Fundamentals series just for 7 or 8 weeks. Every week you will have 2 hours of workshop. Just hang in there, just learn with us, and you will get to deploy your code, you will get to deploy your projects on GitHub and everything, and you can make such a great portfolio for your cloud. So that's us, GDG Cloud Auburn, and we are happy to help you to grow your cloud technology knowledge if you are.
Hey, thank you, Jay. Great presentation of your community. Quick question. A lot of the events now are online. Have you guys have a lot of success doing event online in your community?
Yeah, we do. So we ran just this Cloud Fundamentals series in summer 20 for 7 weeks. And because it's online event, people are just dropping in, like on Saturday or Sunday, they can just hang around, they can just listen to these great talks. And so people are just hanging there. And we had like 40 attendees over the 7 weeks, and 10 of them completed the whole series, and they can now cloud for their projects, for deploying websites or creating mobile backends and everything. So that's
The amazing thing now is that you're not limited by distance anymore. Saying we could all join from anywhere,
Right.
and that's amazing. But it's a great way for people that don't live close to your community to meet you guys. Who knows? You might be visiting at some point in the future, and you have friends now, which is amazing. Yeah, that's great. Love it. So thank you so much for talking about your community and introducing everyone in the conference to your community. That's amazing, and check them out. Great event. Thank you, Jay.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you all. You guys enjoy the whole conference.
Yep. So let's continue with this great conference. Our next speaker is going to come and talk to us about a lot of stuff, but it's going to be how do you write your blog posts, how to communicate, how to put yourself out there. And I think that's something really unique in a conference to kind of talk about these things, because these are the little things that help you grow as a developer in your technical either writing about what you're working on or what you're learning, or even just introducing you to provide or to show other people the things that you are building, which is amazing. Let me bring in Ali. She's with us here. Hi, Ali. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Is everything working okay audio video wise? This is my first time on this software.
Yeah, I could hear you, and I think we could see you, which is amazing. Let me just verify on the stream. I think it should be okay, because if I could hear you here and see you, it should be fine. So where are you joining us from? I know everybody is from a lot of different places.
I'm from Chicago, or I'm in Chicago.
Yeah, you're in Chicago. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
middle of the country. So not necessarily the biggest tech city, but a big city.
Yeah. And is it cold there now? I mean Florida. It's night and day.
Last week it snowed twice, but this week it's like in the 60s to 70s. So it's gorgeous out. Everybody's outside with like tank tops on right now.
Oh, that's the perfect temperature, 60.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So tell us a little bit about yourself. I think this is the first time we meet, so this is kind of introducing ourselves as well as to the whole community watching, which is awesome.
Yeah, for sure. So I am a senior developer advocate at Amazon Web Services. I work for Amplify, which is a product that makes the power of AWS more accessible for front-end and mobile developers. And I also do a lot with the developer community, especially surrounding content creation. And my talk is about how starting to write blog posts and starting at absolute zero with that, like, changed my life. And so that's what I'm going to talk about today, and all the different things that I would give as advice to somebody who's starting that process now.
Oh, this is great. So this is more either you start writing your daily kind of a daily planning of what you're doing, or is it more like I'm working on this and this is how I get this done, or something like that?
For my blog?
How do you start?
I mostly do tutorials now, but at the beginning I was mostly writing these posts about the new technologies that I was learning and reflections on that. And then I kind of pivoted at a point.
Okay. Awesome. Have you done a lot of talks on that topic and other, like, obviously now everything is online, so I'm assuming that it will be online. Have you done a lot of talks on that topic?
Yeah, I've done this talk a bunch of times. This one's a little bit longer though, so it's okay. Brand new slides. Y'all are getting new content, but it is a topic that I have spoken about, especially last year. This year I've been taking it a little slow on speaking. I wasn't doing it as part of my job earlier this year. And I did like 26 conferences, I think, last year or something like that. So I was like, got to take it slower for 20.
Yeah. No, mostly I ask because it's usually good for people that are watching to kind of have a way to, more resources. So if I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be searching your name, searching your Twitter profile, and trying to connect in some way, and it might be a good way for them to find. Oh yeah, there's a talk on this topic or all the topics.
Yeah, for sure. I have a couple different resources that I will have at the end of my slides, but I can also tweet them out as well as we continue.
Awesome. And without further ado, I think we are right on time. Could you share your screen and we could
Yes.
Jump right
Let
on it.
me see. Wait.
While you do that, I'm going to verify that everything is coming through the.
Let me share.
Awesome.
Ooh, okay. Just a second.
Yep.
My computer is not.
It's not cooperating. Oh.
Not happy about screen sharing. So we will see. Okay, I gotta log off and log right back on, okay?
All right, no problem. Go for it. All right, so this is what happens when you do a live event. Things right now she's gonna have to come back and then we will reconnect everything again. That'd be awesome. But if tell us what you think so far of the event. If you have any questions, by the way, always put them on the chat. We have people watching over them, and we'll try to answer as many as we can. Ali's back.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Chrome made
that's
me
fine.
restart. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can share my screen now.
There we go.
Awesome.
People are saying they love the Ladybug podcast.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. And we have a episode on blogging, and this will be a similar story, but a little bit of a different format from that. So I'm really glad to hear that. So my talk is titled, Yes, You Should Write That Blog Post, because writing one blog post and just getting started honestly led to a lot of different opportunities that have changed my life a lot in the last couple of years. So I'm going to, is everything okay? Okay.
Yes, you're fine. Yes.
Awesome. So my roadmap is how to start, my story, what works for blogging, and how to pick a theme for what you're going to write about. Then we're going to get into the content. So how to pick a topic for your post, how to actually do the writing process, because that's a huge amount of the work, and then tips for creating content that will be helpful for your readers. And then the last piece is going to be probably the most requested part, and that's how to gain an audience. So we'll talk about social media, cross-posting, and SEO, or search engine optimization, in that section. So first, I want to tell you my story, my journey of going from 0 readers to 1 million in roughly a year and a half of blogging. So I started this blog on learning new things on October 23rd of 2017. I had been reading a lot of other developer blogs, as I had been a software engineer for a couple of years at that point. And does anybody know Vaidehi Joshi's Base CS? If so, you can leave a YouTube comment. It's an amazing series with these illustrated pictures of all these computer science topics. And she challenged herself to learn one new computer science topic each week and write about it. And I was really inspired by that. I thought that was a really awesome idea. And so I wanted to do a weekly challenge as well. My challenge for myself is to write an app each week with a technology that I did not know going into that week, and then to write a blog post about my experience with that new technology. I said that this project is mainly for myself. I want to tailor my learning and get exposure to new technologies. I had just moved from a software engineering role full-time into teaching code full-time, and I was worried that my skill set would not stay up to industry standards and I wouldn't keep learning because I wasn't coding full-time anymore. And that was probably less of a concern than I had, but blogging did help me stay on top of what was going on in the industry and keep learning new things. So my first blog post was called Pure CSS Art, which I wrote again on October 23rd, 2017. I got 36 readers on that blog post, and at the time I thought that was huge. So way back in high school, I wrote this fashion blog, which I had no qualification to do. I had amazing articles such as how to find fake fur pieces at like Forever 21 or something like that. Like absolutely ridiculous. But nobody ever read that blog ever. I think 36 readers would have been huge for that blog. And so I thought that 36 was a ton. And then my next post was a really hot takey kind of post about Elm, which is a functional front-end framework. It's almost like a whole programming language, but it transpiles into JavaScript. And it got 262 views, which again felt like a ton to me at that point. I really disliked Elm, and that's probably something that I wouldn't write about now, is something that I really dislike, but it definitely allowed me to put my opinions on paper and talk through the difficulty of learning something that didn't fit my interests. And then I found this Twitter account called The Practical Dev, and they were doing this Twitter chat called Dev Discuss. One of my friends retweeted it, and I made an account on that website and forgot about it for a couple of weeks. At this point, it looked exactly like this screenshot here. It definitely looks very different today. But then I cross-posted that Elm post, and it eventually got up to almost 7,000 views. And even though I was pretty salty in that article, the Elm community still liked it and took it as feedback. So that was pretty cool. And so this blog, I got 12 blog posts in. I remember being on the dev homepage for the first time and screaming to my coworkers that people were reading my blog posts. And the same thing happened when I was featured in JavaScript Weekly for the first time. I also started speaking at conferences like this through my blog posts. People were reading them and asking me to do local meetups, which led to conferences. And it was a really cool thing to see this all taking off. But I took on way too much. That whole challenge was a huge amount of work, and I quit. It wasn't sustainable, but I challenged myself and I learned so much from that process. Blogging helped me a lot. I was learning new things. I wasn't even really qualified to write about them at all, but I was writing from a beginner's perspective, and that resonated with some people. They liked the perspective of somebody who was just learning that thing and how it was easy or difficult to learn. And people still enjoyed it and read about it. You can even go back and read all these early blog posts that I wrote. They're still on Dev2 and Medium. So again, I stopped writing for a while, but about 6 months later, I was stuck in Connecticut for a summer all by myself for work. I did not know a soul there. And so I was like, I should start this blogging thing again. And at that point, I had been working with brand new programmers teaching at a boot camp full time for about a year. And I decided that I wanted to write to them. What are the things that I wish that I knew when I was starting to code? What were the things that I would share with those new programmers and make this a little bit easier for them to start learning? And so I named it the Zen of Programming, which is named after the Zen of Python, which is a poem actually built into the Python programming language. It's like an Easter egg. You can go look it up. And then I wrote, this blog is for the alley of a couple years ago and all the people like me. To have a very brief version of my learn to code story, I started in computer science in college. I took a C++ class after taking a Python class and falling in love with code, and I dropped out. I thought that computer science and coding was way too difficult for me. It was something that I wasn't going to be able to do, that I wasn't smart enough for, and that I just didn't fit into the industry. And so when I was writing, I was thinking about the people like me, the people that didn't believe in themselves, the people with imposter syndrome, the people who were coming from untraditional backgrounds where they didn't have computer science degrees, and they did not feel like they were empowered to learn how to code. And so I wanted to make them believe in themselves, but also give them the technical skills that they needed to get into the industry. So I was really writing to myself, or the past version of myself, in this blog. And it kind of blew up. People really enjoyed it. So I wrote a post about writing a portfolio site in August of 2018, and it got like 55,000 reads. I wrote a post, 25 tips for new developers, which got over 70,000 reads, and my blog was really becoming something. I couldn't believe it, to be honest. It was really surreal that my career and all of this was kind of skyrocketing overnight. People that I knew from other points in my life were like reaching out about reading my blog posts, and it was wild. I got recruited for jobs that I didn't think would ever be something that people would look at me for. And it was such a rush to see all those numbers climbing every day and to see the success that was coming from this blog. And I felt like I had found my place in the industry, that I was meeting all these people online who were like me, who maybe doubted themselves sometimes and liked pink on the websites. And I felt like I had found my niche within the industry. And then it changed. It got a little bit more difficult. I reached the front page of Reddit and the top of Hacker News a couple times, and I didn't know to not read the comments. And this is the way that evolved. These are a bunch of comments that I got over like the course of a couple days. I just screenshotted them because I think that they maybe are a good representation of some of the tough sides of content creation. It's not all amazing. It's not all happy all the time. It's not, the downside of it is still a piece of this. And I wish I could say that it gets easier, but it doesn't. You instead just develop coping mechanisms and strategies for dealing with the downside of all of this, which is potentially the harassment that comes through the internet. And all the time there are new insecurities and nerves that are pinched. But it's something that I stuck with. And then last year, or about a year and a half ago, I joined the Dev2 team. I worked there for about 6 months. And so it really led to a career opportunity where I was working for this platform that I was blogging on. I went back to teaching because teaching was my absolute love. But recently I've started at AWS, which I also got on account of my blogging platform. So blogging has led to so many different opportunities, both during my day job and outside of it. And actually, while I was teaching, my main income source for a while was content creation as well. So it leads to job opportunities, it leads to learning, but it also can be a source of income by itself. So that was my story. Sorry if that took a while, but I want to now transition into why you should blog as well. So I usually say in these talks that blogging made over my career, but that's not the full story. My life has changed dramatically for both the worse and the better, but mostly for the better. Blogging is one of the most selfish things that I've ever done. I do it mostly for 3 people: my past self, who was learning to code and felt like she didn't fit into the industry, my present self for my career and for my learning, and then for my future self in my career there. So teaching is one of my favorite things to do. I used to do it as my full-time job, and I love that piece of blogging, but even if nobody read my blog posts, it would still be so worth it. So now I'm going to talk about why you should blog as well. So first, to write that post that would have helped the past you. To write the post that you were struggling to learn, or the thing that you were Googling over and over and over again and couldn't find the answer to. This is your shot to write something game-changing. And my posts still help the present me. I still look at my posts when I'm trying to solve something, or I need some sort of quick tip on something that I've done before. I oftentimes look back at my own blog posts, and that's super helpful. You can learn new things through blogging. That's how I got started. I wanted to challenge myself to learn. You have to know something so well in order to be able to teach it to other people. And that's a huge part of blogging, as well as teaching these concepts. And so you have to dive really deep and really fully understand something and be able to explain it to somebody else. So another piece is to establish yourself as an expert. When you start writing about these topics, people start looking at you as somebody who really knows what they're talking about, because you have to know something to teach it. And so, for example, I have done conference talks across the world on augmented reality, which is something that I did not know anything about until I started blogging. But people would read my blog post about augmented reality and be like, this is really cool. You should come talk at my conference about this. So it leads to so many different opportunities, and people start seeing you as an expert on something. And you can make new friends and teach as well. I guess on the chat, some people were talking about the Ladybug podcast. Those ladies are some of my closest friends, and we really chat like 24/7. But there are so many other acquaintances and deep friendships that I've made through blogging and being active on social media. So the other nice piece is that you're making somebody else's road easier too. You're paving that path for somebody else to learn something easier than the road that you had. So I'm going to give a bunch of advice for blogging now, and for making your blog posts as relevant for readers as possible, and also how to gain readership, because I know that for a lot of people that is one of the more difficult parts of this. So my disclaimer before going into this is that you do not need to follow all of this advice. I do not even follow all of my own advice. Nobody has time, but I want to teach everything that I know about blogging here so that you can have a big leg up on starting. Another thing is that you can be as serious or casual about blogging as you want. There are oodles of people who do blogging as their full-time career. There are also tons of people who have written one blog post and it still has helped them in some sort of way. And both are perfectly valid. It's just linked into what your goals are and what you want to get out of blogging. Also, be reasonable with yourself. I was not reasonable with myself when I started. I was putting way too much pressure on myself to do this really difficult task of learning new things and blogging about it. Don't put all of that pressure on yourself, especially when you're getting started. It won't be helpful. You'll be more likely to burn out and quit. Writing one blog post is way better than writing 0 blog posts. So just get something out there. So first off, how to name a blog. And naming things is hard, both in programming and outside of it. But there are some options for naming your blog. The first one is to use your own name. There are a lot of people who have huge profiles in the industry, like Kent C. Dodds, who blog under their name. They don't have a name for their blog or anything like that. You can come up with something funny or witty or just descriptive of what you are blogging about, whether that's Overreacted.io, like Dan Abramoff's blog, or mine, which is We Learn Code. you can think of something there. One thing though to think about here is to think of SEO. And I think Gatsby, the programming framework, is great, but one of my annoyances with it is whenever you Google Gatsby, you get all results for The Great Gatsby, the book. And you have to be really specific in those Google searches so that you're getting what you need. And so when you are thinking up a name for your blog, I would think about SEO and whether you're going to be competing with something like Gatsby, The Great Gatsby, when you are writing. So that's just something to think about, one little tip. The next thing to think about is, who do you want to be reading your blog? The answer cannot be everybody here. You cannot appeal to absolutely everybody with your blog posts. I write with one person in mind, the past version of myself, but that could be somebody else in your life. That could be one of your students if you teach things. It could be your manager. It could be one of your junior engineers on your team. It could be anybody that you are trying to specifically write in a way that would help them. So think about who you want to be reading your writing, who you want to most target in your posts. And then how do you write in a way that's appealing to them? If they are an expert, they're probably going to know the jargon of the field. They're going to know these pieces of terminology. And so you can write with those and use them. Whereas if you're writing to a beginner, they're most likely not going to know those things. And if your audience is somewhere in between, you have to think about using the jargon, but breaking it down or adding links if they need help for it or something along those lines. Another piece of this is how professional your writing style is as well. So if you are trying to reach like a very corporate audience or something along those lines, you might have to use more professional language. Whereas if you are more casual, then you might want to use more casual language. I use a lot of exclamation points to try to make my writing feel exciting, which I know annoys some people, but it is what it is. I like the idea, again, of having one person in mind that you are writing to. The next piece is, how will you pitch yourself to your audience? You don't have to be a 10x developer or 10x expert on anything to write about it. That's how I got started in blogging. But why are you writing about what you're writing about? Why are you excited about it? Why is it a topic that is important to you? Just have that in mind so that you can then use that to teach your audience about yourself a little bit. If you can establish some trust there, that really goes a long way. Also, who are you? What are you passionate about? What do you do as your day job? But what do you do outside of it? What makes you uniquely qualified or interesting for somebody to read about? People like stories. That's why I led off this conference talk with my stories. And you can integrate those stories even in technical content. I have a blog post about creating a Sudoku solver in Python. And it's a whole story about how this was an assignment in computer science in college that pretty much drove me to quit computer science. It was so difficult. And the whole post was kind of this redemption of how I was able to do it as an adult, the tutorial on how to do it. So people like stories, and if you can integrate those into your technical content, that will go a long way. So coming up with a topic to blog about, you don't necessarily need a finite theme for your blog, but I've seen that mostly the people that do really, really well with blogging have some sort of concrete theme to their writing, like Kenzie Dodds with React, or actually there are tons of React people, but Angie Jones with writing about testing, and all these people who have really high blog readership have something concrete that they have as the topic on their blog. And mine is just to writing to beginner developers, but there's still a big theme there of who my audience is. I'm not doing 50% beginner articles, 50% advanced articles. I'm still guiding it to the same audience every single time. So when somebody comes back to your blog, they know what they're getting. When you release new posts, they know that it's something that will either appeal to them or won't. I like the idea of coming up with 3 problems that your audience has and writing posts to solve those 3 problems. So my 3 problems for my audience are getting a job in the industry, how to stay motivated and stay positive about their journey, and then solving technical problems. How can I help them to learn these technical topics? So those are my 3 problems, but I like the idea of having 3 things that you're trying to solve for the people reading your blog. Then I like, again, to niche down at least at first, and then you can niche out as you go, but become the go-to person on a very narrow topic so that people look at you as the expert on something. And potentially having a challenge for yourself is a great idea as well, so that you are consistently writing and have something to keep you motivated if that's something that works for you. Like Vadahi Joshi had the write a new blog post every week about base CS or computer science topics. And I started writing and it was too much for me, but I could scale back a little bit maybe if I were to go back and do it all over again. Also do research on what other people are doing, what works for their blog, look at their content, look what people are reading about on their blogs as well. Look at what has a bunch of shares on social media, and that will give you a good assessment on what people are interested in. And then think about a year from now, will you still have enough to write about on your topic? And are you taking on too much too soon? So there are also different types of content. This is about blogging, and that's what I'm going to talk about for the most part. But I also want to say that writing is not the only way you can make content. There's also video and podcasting as well. I think both of them have a much steeper on-ramp. Like blogging, you can just write things, but those you have to kind of work with audio, video equipment, and editing and all that. But there are other types of content out there as well. And there are different platforms for blogging as well. So you can blog on your own site, or you can blog on a platform like Dev.to or Medium or like Free Code Camp or all these different platforms that exist. My huge advice here is to not write your own blogging platform until you know that you like writing. It's a huge time sink to build out your custom blog platform and have it all to a T and all these features that you probably want on there. And you can get so distracted and weighed down in writing the blogging platform itself that you never actually blog. So my advice would be to write some blog posts first, put it up on something like Dev.to, and then down the road, you can put it on your platform if you create one. Once you are at a place where you want to create a blogging platform, I love like Jamstack, static sites, like Next, Gatsby, Nuxt, Gridsome, if you like Vue. There's also 11T and a couple others out there that are great as well. Another thing to think about though is how much it's going to cost to host one of these. So I would recommend a static site just because it's going to be easier, but also cheaper. Another piece of this that I always get asked is how do you make time for creating content? And I'm going to say that everybody's life looks very, very different. But 2 pieces of advice that I have is having a specific time blocked off for writing. And what I did when I was starting out is I would go to this one coffee shop every single Sunday and write my blog post for the week from there. And so I had kind of like Pavlov dog myself into every time that I went to that coffee shop, I had to write a blog post, and it really worked for me. I liked working with like the noise and all that. And it felt like the special Sunday thing that I was getting to go to that coffee shop. Another piece of advice is batching, and that is creating a bunch of content up front and then releasing it incrementally. This is what I do for video content is I'll record like 4 YouTube videos at once, then edit them all at once and do all the post-processing and all that all at once so that I've got 4 things done at once. I can do similar tasks all at once. I don't have to get re-ready for new videos or anything like that. So that's a piece of advice there, is that if you can put all the similar tasks together, it tends to help. So let's talk about the content itself now. what should you write about? What blog posts should you create? And I really love getting started guides myself on how do you get from not knowing anything about a topic to getting the person to a place where they can build something fun with it. You can talk about demo projects and your experience building something with a technology or with a team or something along those lines. You can talk about common stumbling points, things that you struggled with along the way. You don't even have to get technical on blog posts. You can just tell your story. There are so many posts out there that are like how I got a developer job without a computer science degree or something along those lines. And those tend to really, really resonate with people because they're trying to do that as well. And what advice could you give them that would help them in their journey? People are just curious too. They like knowing things. Another thing is something that you Googled a bunch of times and couldn't find a good answer for, or something that you had to dig through Stack Overflow for an hour to find an answer. Writing a blog post will make it so that somebody can find that answer a lot quicker in the future. Another thing, if you have writer's block and you don't have any topics that you want to write about, is to ask your audience. So if you have social media or anything like that, you can always do like a Twitter poll, like, would you want to hear about X topic or Y topic? Or you can just do a thread as well of what blog posts do you wish that you have that isn't out there right now, or something along those lines. And you can get ideas for content that way. But a couple of pieces of advice here is don't worry about being 100% unique and revolutionary. This is something I see all the time with new bloggers, that they're like, somebody else has already written an intro to React post. I can't do it. And I never would recommend plagiarizing or anything along those lines. Definitely do not copy anybody else's posts. Write your own unique content. But hearing about Intro to React from a different perspective can really help somebody, and it can click better for them than this other piece of content that's already out there. I wrote my first Intro to React tutorial in the summer of 2018, I believe. And at that point, I was like, there's no way anybody's going to read this. There's so many Intro to React tutorials out there. And it was my most read blog post of all time. So you don't have to have this super different topic than anybody's ever written about. You can still write about something that you're passionate about. Another thing is to write of topics as you think of them, not when you're trying to write. So if you are like, it's time to write a blog post, what should I write about? That's going to be really, really difficult to come up with something that you're excited about. But if you have random ideas when you're in the shower, when you're walking your dog, when you are about to go to sleep, write that topic idea down, because chances are you're not going to remember it the next time that you actually want to write. But having a listing of potential future blog post topics is a really great thing for when you're trying to actually write. And then another question is, am I experienced enough to write about a topic? And the answer is almost always yes. I wouldn't frame yourself as an expert on something that you're new at or anything along those lines. But what you can do is say, I just started with this thing, and this is what I learned when I was getting started with it. And that goes a long ways for people too, because they may be starting out as well. I always talk about, from a teaching perspective, it's usually that the intermediate people in a topic are the ones who teach it the best, because they are not far enough removed from the learning process that they forget all the different stumbling points that people have when they're learning something. So yes, you're most likely experienced enough to write about a topic. Some advice for titles for your blog posts: to be catchy but honest. You want to give a good representation of what's actually in the post. You don't want clickbait or anything like that, but you want something that is going to jump out to somebody and that they're going to say, okay, that's something that I want to read and something that I'm interested in. So that's my advice there. People like numbers in titles, which is really funny. So if you do like 10 tips or 25 tips or something along those lines, those posts tend to do really well. I know it's kind of clickbaity, but people really like them. You can talk about a problem that you're solving and make sure that that's in the title as well. Don't be too boring, but jokes are good as well. I had a blog post that was all about linked lists through Thank You Next, the Ariana Grande song, and people really enjoyed that. So my writing process, what the actual writing process looks like. I brainstorm a topic. Usually I have them written down. I have a Trello board that I have to track all the different content that I'm creating. And I write down all the different topics as they come to me. And so I pick one each week to write about. Sometimes do keyword research, which is using a tool for SEO to find different words to put in the blog post or to feature so that search engines are more likely to recommend your content to certain people. That's kind of a more advanced one. I definitely would not do that if you're just starting out by any means. That's one that I would do if you become more advanced with blogging and it becomes something that you do as like a job or something along those lines. Then I write the code out. So I write out the demo for what I'm trying to build in the tutorial. I do a super rough outline. It's always so messy. The thoughts probably would make no sense to anybody else, but I just try to get my thoughts on paper. And I'm somebody who, if I put too much pressure on myself for anything, I just get frozen up. So I try to just put every thought on paper that I have about something and then fill it in. In the future, I fill in the headers and then I revise, because at that point it's a mess. So I have to fix the grammar. I have to make sure that everything's in order. And I still make mistakes with this, but I use Grammarly to check my grammar for everything and make sure that my phrasing makes sense, that I don't have half complete sentences. I'm like infamous for that. I get DMs all the time that you have like half a sentence in your blog post. Like, what was supposed to be the end of that sentence? I'm at the edge of my seat here. And then there's also this Hemingway editor, which is really great for telling you if your content is understandable. So that's another great one to use. And then the last piece is to add in multimedia. So people like learning in different ways and to see the content in multiple different formats. So making things like diagrams or short videos to explain an especially difficult topic really goes a long ways. And so I try to add in as much of that into my posts as possible so that people can learn the content in multiple different formats. Some advice here is to break up walls of text. People don't really like reading like paragraphs that are massive, and technical blog posts, people tend to like to see short blocks of text with code snippets and images worked in. Add multimedia to appeal to different learners. So code snippets, images, lists, visualizations, etc. Breaking your post into sections so that it's really skimmable. Make sure to add in the why. Why is this thing important? Why should the person be learning this thing? Make sure to cite your sources as well, and then run your code samples so you're not putting broken code in your tutorials. What happens if you mess up, if you send up a typo or something with an error? It happens to everybody. It's not just you. Do not worry. You are not like a failure because you have one typo in your blog post or anything along those lines. It happens to everybody. Then building an audience. Don't rely on just one source. Try to diversify a little bit with where you're getting your readership from. This is something that even I'm not the best at because a huge portion of my readership comes from Twitter. But there's different social media sites that you can get involved in. Pinterest, Instagram, Twitter, Quora, Reddit, Hacker News, different levels of content there for sure, but you can sometimes integrate your blog posts into each of them. I've actually had really good luck with LinkedIn recently as well, so that could be one to look into. And I know some people do Facebook as well. I do have some advice for growing on Twitter specifically because that's the social platform that I use most. So when I was starting out, I participated in these Twitter chats. There's Dev Discuss and Code Newbie. I think Dev Discuss is Tuesday nights and Code Newbie's Wednesday nights, but I could be wrong on that. And I would just participate in those questions. They would post, or in those discussions, they would post questions and I would post my answers to that. And that got me at least in the habit of typing things out on Twitter and posting them. I also would have goals each day for myself on Twitter when I was just starting out. I don't do this anymore, but when I first started, I always wanted to do 2 top-level non-promotional tweets every day. So maybe a technical tip, maybe a screenshot of code, maybe some funny meme or something along those lines, or some advice for new programmers, some sort of thing that was not promoting my content in any way. It was just helping people out. Then 1 tweet promoting my own content. So even if I didn't have a new blog post that day or something like that, I could post one of my old blog posts. And then 1 post promoting somebody else's content. I think that's important to share other people's things as well. It helps you to make friends with them and also gets readership on their stuff because their stuff is most likely helping you. I would also advise you to make your tweets skimmable. So add emojis and spacing so that people can easily look at your tweet and it looks interesting in their feed. Hashtags can kind of work, but I am not the biggest hashtag proponent. If you look at most viral tweets, they don't have hashtags on them. It makes tweets kind of less appealing to people. So I would use them for events or things that you're trying to tie together. But actually, fun fact, if you do like hashtag JavaScript, it's the same exact thing as just typing JavaScript in your tweet. It just adds a link to it. So if people look at the JavaScript hashtag, they'll still see your non-hashtag JavaScript tweet. So I would be minimalist on using those and maybe use 1 or 2 max if you really want to. And the big piece of this is to engage. You can't just be a write-only Twitter feed. It doesn't get engagement. People don't enjoy that. You got to go in both directions. You got to engage with the people responding to you and engage with other people as well on there. So it's a multi-directional thing. SEO, keywords are where you have certain words that you're trying to integrate into your blog post so that when people search for those keywords or key phrases, they get to your content. I won't go too much into strategy here, but there's a couple different tools that you can use for this. Keywords Everywhere used to be free, but now I believe you have to pay for it. So there aren't very many free keyword search tools. Mangles is the one that I use. Ahrefs is the one that I used to use when I had an employer paying for it because it's really expensive. The other piece is domain authority, which is when you get backlinks through social media. And you can get these by mostly just writing quality content and then people will link to your stuff. Also make sure that your website is good if you're using your own platform. So make sure that your site is fast and accessible. It's pretty important. Another thing is to own your email list. That's one of the most valuable things that you can have as a content creator. And there aren't algorithms really for email. I guess there kind of are now, but for the most part, if you email somebody, it's going to end up in their inbox. So have something where you're capturing people's emails so that you can keep in touch with them. You can also cross-post to something like Dev. Make sure to use a canonical URL, which will make it so that Google doesn't think it's duplicate content. I want to get to questions as well, so I'm going to try to fly through these last slides. Build a hype. You can like tease that a new post is coming, tell people about it, and also be consistent. If people know to always look at your blog on Tuesdays for new posts, then they'll get in the habit of doing that and they'll keep coming back and looking for new posts on that day. New consistency looks different for everybody. It doesn't mean you have to write a new blog post every day or every week or even every month. It could be that you write quarterly or something along those lines. And dealing with haters on the internet, it's difficult. Have patience with yourself, but finding a support system that understands what you're going through is super helpful. So if you have an online community for content creators, that can be really, really helpful to know that you're not the only one dealing with it. Another thing that I do is like respond to them, but never ever send the response because I don't really want my feed to be all that. And you can like screenshot the tweets and delete them so that you don't actually write your response. Another thing is monetization. So how do you actually make this into a business, something that you are making money off of? One thing is to have a Patreon. You can also have ads. There's a couple different resources here. Carbon is good for web dev sites specifically or code sites. Mediavine and CodeFund are 2 others. Mediavine you have to have a really big audience for, but that's another one that has a really good earnings off of it. You can also do sponsorships where you ask people to sponsor your blog and put their site on your sidebar or something along those lines. You can also create a product like a course and sell that through your blog or use affiliate links. Okay, amazing. We're at Q&A time. I will switch over to put these links here. First off, ladybug.dev, we have blogging 101. These links I think are actually broken, so I'll tweet out the good versions of these links from my Twitter account. But start with one post. You can do it. Starting with one post really changed things for me. Blogging has been so influential for me, and I can't recommend it enough to others. And once you do, share it with me. I'm aspittle on most social media. My blog is welearncode.com, and my portfolio is allyspit.tel.
This is awesome. Really love the a lot of content, a lot of information for people to unpack. This is great talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's a lot of questions on a lot of people saying they love the talk, which is great, and you have a lot of fans out there, I gotta tell you. So,
Thank you.
yeah, so I'm just gonna go really quickly through the questions that I see on the board. Like one of the first one I think was this about if this I think you referenced some blog link to blog series reference. I'm sure they're probably in the resources or something, right?
Yeah. So for my old blog posts, like the series of posts about the new things that I was learning, you can go back in my Dev2 history. So it's like Dev2/aspittle. And that's where all those old posts are, if that's what they're talking about.
Yeah. Yep. The next questions is, could you fuse two different topics, I guess, in a single blog?
Yeah. So I think that you could. My personal advice would be that if you're trying to get like a big coding blog, I would potentially do two different platforms for that, or at least have tags or two different index pages where people can see the different posts about different topics. I think that will help people know what they are getting at in your blog. So I think that you can, but I would say that most people would probably prefer to know exactly what they're getting when they're going to your site and see just content about development or just content about sports. So I would make sure to have some sort of way that they can see just one type of content if you do that. I actually created like a second blog for life stuff at some point, but it hasn't been something that I really kept on top of.
Awesome. So the next question is, how do you manage to choose a title?
Such a hard thing, both in programming and outside of it. But a couple of things here. First off, I will sometimes change my titles after I post. So like a day after posting, I'm like, this blog post isn't doing that great. Let me change the title and social media it and see if people like this title better. And sometimes that works out. So you don't have to always be set on the title that you give on day one. But if you have a blog post about more than one thing, you can kind of think of the general category of how do these things relate to one another? So use that in the title. You can also do like a colon and then a list of different things that are in the blog post. I also know that on YouTube, something that I've seen creators do a lot is do like a pipe or a character that's like this straight line, and then after that they have a second title for the YouTube video. So that's something that you could probably do for blog posts as well.
Awesome. And then the next one is, any tips on the length of the content?
That's a great question. So I think that there's a couple different answers here. One, for SEO, Google tends to like longer content. So for SEO, it's probably best to keep it in one post. That being said, for me personally, it can be really intimidating to want to write something that's incredibly long if it's something that, is thousands and thousands of words or something along those lines. So breaking it into a series for writing purposes is a lot easier. And for some people, that's easier to find exactly what they need as well. I really do like the series format like they have on Dev2 because it allows people to find your other posts really easily from that post as well. They have them all like linked at the top. So that would be my advice there, is that Google tends to like long form content, but series are usually easier to write. So I think that's perfectly valid as well.
There are multiple versions of these questions, but this one was the most amazing one that I found. Share the slide. Yeah.
Yes. Let me try to. Yeah, I will definitely tweet them out after.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Let's see. People love Grammarly. I think that's all the question. Let me. I guess from my end, let me ask you a question about writing blogs. If like, what was? I know you talked about it, but for those people listening, what was the like the main motivation? I know for you was like, oh, I want to write about this thing that I'm doing, and I just started writing it. So your motivation wasn't going after the monetization part of it, or the fame part of it, or anything like that. It was just you were feeling your own need, basically. You were kind of scratching your own itch, if you will.
Yeah.
So how important is that?
Yeah. So for me, starting off, I never thought that I would ever gain an audience, like ever. It wasn't even something that was in the realm of possibilities to me. I had like less than 100 Twitter followers. And I honestly thought that anybody with like 1,000 Twitter followers was famous. So I had no interest in that whatsoever and didn't think of money as a possibility or anything along those lines. My only thing that I was doing was writing for myself. I was just like, I need to have something to keep me motivated and some way to make myself keep learning, even though my job is going to be less learning than what I did before. And so it was all for me at that point. And I think that different people have different motivations and different places that they're coming from. And I think it's perfectly valid if your goal is to have a source of side income, or if it is to become a developer advocate, or if it is to gain a bunch of Twitter followers or something along those lines. That's all perfectly valid. It's just that for me personally, that wasn't my motivation. I just wanted to challenge myself. And I think that that's very valid as well. And something that's probably true for a lot of people is even if you're not writing for anybody else at first, especially, you're still helping yourself by writing these blog posts.
Awesome. I'm going to bring in Danny. Oh,
I just said, I just want to pop in for a second. I really, I'm a huge fan of Ali Spidell, so I just wanted a second to kind of like fangirl. Like Ali's here.
Hey,
I wanted to ask one question in particular, and that's, you've had a very successful blog, you have a very successful Twitter account, you have a lot of, you're starting your YouTube channel, and if you are not following her YouTube channel, let's fix that now and check her out. She's Ali Spidell on YouTube. But what do you feel is like your number one way to gain a source of inspiration when you don't have an idea? Like, how do you go about finding new content?
Yeah. So for me, having a list of things when I think about them, not when I'm trying to write, is the most helpful thing. So I have like a Trello board with every single possible blog topic I could ever think of, so that I can always just go to that and pull from that. But a lot of it is like, what am I struggling with at that point? Or what is the what was the thing that held me back when I was first learning something? What was something that really challenged me? Or what is something that I'm dealing with in my personal career right now that I wish that I had a better guide to dealing with? Or right now I'm a developer advocate, and so what questions am I getting from the community, and how can I answer their questions best? So those are my sources.
So two more questions.
We have like 2 minutes left, and then we got to pass it on to the next one. But thank you for doing this, Ali. I genuinely appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So what would you do with the blog posts that are 8 years old on your blog site?
Yeah, I would say if they're still relevant and there's something that still is technically valid, keep it up. there's no harm in having it up there or anything like that. But if it's at a point where it's not technically correct anymore, you can always update that post, or there are new releases to the software or something along those lines. You can rewrite them. I just updated my own React blog post with new teaching strategies that I've learned, and also with the new technologies that have come out in React as well.
Next one is, how do you balance writing without taking time away from learning? That's a good question.
That's a great question as well. For me, they kind of went hand in hand. It forced me to learn something better to write about it. And so I would not necessarily think of them as an either or scenario. I think that they can support one another. That being said, I wouldn't focus on perfection or making it so that your blog posts are like a work of absolute art or anything like that. Like, you can make your blog post something that is just a couple dots on something. It doesn't have to be super long.
All right, quick one here. What encouragement do you have for underrepresented bloggers?
It's so difficult. But what I would say is that it's something that everybody deals with. You can go ahead and look at almost anybody, especially anybody from an underrepresented group's content, and you can see that it's there. So you are not alone with it. And that for me made me feel better, but also know how to walk away for a while, how to take breaks, how to like delete Twitter from your phone for a while. I even have blocker apps where I'll make it so that I can't access certain sites for a while. And then the other big thing for me is to have a network of friends or community members that I can reach out to. And I think that's one of the really nice things about being in different Slack groups and Discord groups and things for content creators, where we can kind of like laugh about it together, because it sucks and it's awful. But there's also something that's like somewhat amusing about some of the comments that you get as well.
This is the last one because we have to move on. But when starting, how often would you make a new post?
I think it's up to you. I think whatever time that you have. That being said, don't burn yourself out early. It's really something that I struggle with, where I get excited about something and want to do everything. Maybe like once a month would be a good cadence to get started with, and challenge yourself to get something out once a month, because that's still regular. That's something where you are challenging yourself, but it's not overwhelming. Or maybe go to once a week. That's another really good cadence for writing as well.
Well, Ali, thank you so much. I think we all learned a lot. If you have a question that we didn't answer still on the YouTube chat, please follow Ali on social media, and I'm sure she will be she'll be helpful and give you the answer that you're looking for. The website, and there's all the resources that you could go to. That's awesome. Thank you so much for being with us and sharing a lot of great content. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was a ton of fun.
See you.
Bye. I'll tweet out my slides too.
All right. Bye. So, Danny, you want to jump in? And
absolutely. I think everybody knows here, Ali Spidell, absolutely phenomenal. And I'm so glad that she was able to take some time out of her day to actually be with us. But as I was showing earlier, and I was showing all the communities that have made GDG possible, and we're leveraging literally communities from Texas to North Carolina to Florida and every state in between. So definitely look in your area and see if there's a GDG there. But I wanted to bring a phenomenal human being on to talk for a couple minutes before our next speaker, and I'm going to bring her in now, the amazing Stacey.
Hi, Stacey.
Hi, y'all. How's it doing?
Stacey, are you out of Dallas?
I am out of Dallas. I am one of the Women Tech Maker North America mentors, so Canada and of course the United States. And Texas all the way. What up, y'all? How's it going?
Honestly, I've really been enjoying this. I feel like this conference is going so well, and It's just real good momentum to show that Southern tech and tech all over the United States in particular is rising like no other. But to have communities literally from Texas, and our next speakers in North Carolina by way of England, and then we have speakers that, Hendrix is from Florida, I'm from Memphis. We've got all this talent that we're just showcasing. But really, I wanted to kind of showcase you a little bit for a moment, because I know you're doing phenomenal things in Dallas, but not only that, you're doing phenomenal things with your Android group, and not only that, you're doing phenomenal things for the Women Tech Maker group. Like, where are you finding the time, number one, to do this, but number two, like, where are you putting your priorities, and what are some of the wins that you have coming out of your community?
Well, I'll also add, I'm a new mom too. So
Yes.
my kid is like 10 months old. I just got him to sleep right before getting on here. Hey, what's up? But you know what? Honestly, it's the community is so rejuvenating. The community here has been supportive through all parts of my career. I would not be where I am were it not for my community. When I actually joined, this is way before GDG was actually GDG. It helped me pivot into new skill sets. It gave me my first time speaking. It gave me the encouragement to go on and, make my first conference talk, and kind of all the support throughout, and have continued to support me throughout my development journey, and also allowed me to actually work with people individually as well as collectively. It's been really awesome, just the amazing stories that come out of this, right? Like, you never know how 15 minutes of your time change somebody's entire trajectory, and just giving them the encouragement. Honestly, like, this brings to mind someone who I'm not going to name, but I want to say about a year ago, came up to me and just said, hey, we were talking 6 months ago or so, pretty repeatedly, and just, the encouragement you gave me, the pointers you gave me on this, how to do even negotiation once you have a job, once you have made that transition, that they went from making, just above minimum wage to, almost a 6-figure salary in 6 months, y'all. In 6 months.
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the transformative work that we are doing as not just GDG Dallas, but as GDG South, as GDG North America. It is incredible. And I also wanted to just highlight, the Women Tech Makers group is its own thing, but also a even more specialized way to kind of tie into women in tech issues and to find that support. I cite another friend who's speaking today, Miss Diana, and just the absolute love that we met through Women Tech Makers. And it has been an amazing way to support each other, especially, if you're looking for somebody to help you with your introductory world, but also for senior women. I think that doesn't necessarily always come through. So yeah, if you have any questions about Women Tech Makers, please hit me up at DoesItPew. I didn't do a great job of putting that in my title, but my DMs are open. And yes, Allie, I am fully with you. Some of those comments you get are hilarious. Some very inappropriate, but yes, just. And even if you just need support as a woman in tech online, as a minority, diversity, whatever you are, find your group, find your community. It's, even if we're across the pond. One of my great friends is a GDG leader in England, and we talk all the time. So this doesn't have to be something that only exists in the South. It can exist wherever you are right now.
100%. And, I love that for so many reasons. Number one, we do have GDGs all over the world. So if you're not in the South, I feel sorry for you already, but you can find a GDG community wherever you are.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, exactly. Number two, I will say, my background, I worked in gas stations for over 10 years frying chicken. That was my limit. And if it wasn't for meetups, I genuinely would never have found a way to change my life. I would still be making minimum wage. I would still be making just enough money to classify myself as broke. And if it wasn't for tech, I couldn't change it. And that is the kind of support you get at a meetup group. It let me know that, yes, there's these paths. There's these phenomenal developers that want to support you on your way to getting where you want to go. And you find these mentors that you would never find anywhere else. But not only that, you're literally introduced to this brand new breadth of knowledge that you didn't know existed. You'll get introduced into, for example, if you go to GDG meetup, you might find out about Flutter, something that I didn't even know about until I went to a Flutter meetup, right? There's different ways to do Android development that I was never introduced to. I thought it was only one way. I thought you could only do something one single way, and now you're finding out about all these different options. Or you could learn React Native, you can learn Flutter, and make applications just for Android, iOS. Plus with Flutter now, you can also make it for desktop. There's so many options that you'll never find anywhere else besides a meetup. And I'm so grateful for them. Matter of fact, the third person that I ever helped get a job 18 months ago, he was making like 50 grand a year, changed his life. And I was talking to him literally 2 weeks ago, and I tweeted this out. He took a new job and is now making 6 figures. And all that derived from, not trying to say like, hey, meetups are cults and it's going to change your life. But I am saying there's so many opportunities when you go to one that I can't recommend it enough. And you know what's one of the greatest things about all of our meetups, and you know some of the GDG leads will understand this, we keep our shirts on. So you know there's definitely opportunities where you can go ahead and meet people and keep your shirt on and not take it off and take group photos and all that good stuff. So I definitely recommend that. And if you're in the Dallas area, I'd recommend linking with Stacey and going to one of her meetups. And if you're not, definitely link with her anyway, because the amount of like nuggets of information that she drops, highly, highly valuable. Check her out.
Aww.
Definitely recommend that.
Yeah, I would add that it's not only technical. Just going to a meetup or connecting with leaders like Stacey, just give you so much insight into things that you put inside. You see people similar to you that you say, you know, I could do it as well. And Stacey is such a great human being that her laugh is so contagious. I just,
yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
But you know what? Even if you don't see somebody who looks like you are going to find people who support you in whatever you're trying to pursue.
That's
even
true.
if it's just to ask the questions of what opportunities are open to me. Like you said, Danny, like you didn't have any money. There is a ton of stuff to start with when you don't have any money, at least to get, you know, that introductory job that puts you in a place where you can pay for some training or work your way up or whatever it might be. So there's, you know, hashtag no excuses, right? Like, you know, these are great opportunities, not just from a standpoint of like being somebody who needs to work your way up, but also being somebody who's in the industry and having an opportunity to connect back to folks, to give that insight, and build your network. You don't have to be the best engineer. I'm certainly not the best engineer.
No.
But you know what? I am a friendly face and I'm helpful with the information I have. And so that means that I have built this whole network of people I can tie into and literally just say, hey, I know you gave a talk on this. Hey, I saw that you're a contributor on this library. Hey, XYZ. And just say, I'm looking to do it. What are some caveats I need to be aware of? Or even just having friends that you can say, hey, I'm looking at this library, or I'm looking at going down this path. What are some of your architectural suggestions? What experience have you had with XYZ? Does it kind of match with my thoughts at this point? It's so important because we are not programming in a bubble. We are not people who live in a bubble, even though I guess technically right now we are. But it's amazing how well that you can like connect with folks, honestly.
Yeah.
So I brought Super Diane in just because, you know.
Hey, what's up, girl?
Hello.
You know, she is our next speaker, of course. So, of course, we're going to transition her anyway. But to be completely honest, I brought both of you in at the same time because I'm such huge fans of both of you that I was like, I need to make this happen. And I just took a screenshot so I have proof that I was actually part of this. And so now, you know, I could share that with the world. But, you know.
I'm a big fan of all y'all, you know, and it's great to be here with friends, with people I look up to. I mean, I consider Stacey, I did it right this time, one of the most amazing people I've ever met. She's had such a positive influence and impact in my life, and I'll never stop saying it. I know, and I know it puts you on the spot, but you made a difference. You taught me things I didn't know about myself as a person, as a programmer. You taught me to reach for the things that I thought were too difficult. And you also showed me the value of confidence and of a good friend. Like the fact that you always have something nice to say, something uplifting. I just, you know,
you're gonna make my mascara run.
And also, you're my goals, Mom. And people, Stacey is one of the best cooks. I've never tried anything she's cooked, but you can see the pictures. You can follow her on social media. It will make you desire to be her neighbor, you know.
It's all right. Next time we see each other, I'll bring you some barbecue.
Oh, definitely. Thank you, Stacey. Thank you for everything you do. And same for everyone else, you know.
Seriously, y'all, thank you for putting this together. This would not happen without it. So I'm so eternally grateful. So eternally grateful for Nikia. Nikia is another amazing women tech maker ambassador. What's up, girl? How you doing?
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and head out now, and I'm gonna leave the floor for the amazing Super Diana, and I think everyone's going to enjoy this.
All right,
and I'm gonna tweet
this
out and make sure we
Thank
get
you,
some more people in
Stacey.
here.
Thank you,
Danny.
Thank you, Stacey. Bye bye.
Cheers.
Hi, Diana. How's
Hello.
everything? Very good. Very good.
I'm really excited to be here.
Yeah.
I think
Mara
wants to come and say hi. She's gonna be our guest.
So we get two friends. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. So before we run late, you know how these things go. I'm gonna let you take the floor. I think we introduce you. Everybody knows that you are amazing. I mean,
thank you so much.
Let me share the screen here and take it away. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, thank you, everybody. I'm so grateful for having the opportunity to talk about something I'm very passionate about. And I know you've probably heard about this in so many different ways, because it's something that will never stop being relevant. So the title of my talk today is Fostering DevOps Culture for Success. And I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Diana Rodriguez. I'm a Google developer expert in web, cloud, maps, and Firebase, things I love and I'm passionate about. And I find this a privilege. I'm an Auth0 ambassador, Microsoft MVP, and I'm also an organizer at GDG Durham, Women Tech Makers, and PyLadies RDU. I'm a developer advocate at Vonage, and you know, it sounds like a lot, but I love the community, and the biggest take I have from all this is every day you can learn something new, and thanks to the community, I have reached corners I've never thought I would reach. You can find me on superdie.dev, also on Twitter, Katufa82. Katufa means popcorn in Venezuelan slang. And you're all looking a bit foggy here, so it means my glasses are dirty. Anyway, so yeah, all these things, but really, what am I not? I'm not the oracle. I don't know all the answers. I wish I did. Well, actually, no, I don't wish I did, because then life wouldn't be fun, right? If we didn't have the excitement of learning new things and surprising ourselves with the things we can achieve without knowing we could, right? So yeah, word of caution, I don't know all the answers. It's not like I'm not dictating scripture or a canon to follow, but these things I'm going to share with you are a collection of 20 years of experience and also listening to other people in the community. So I hope you enjoy this. Anyway, getting down to it. So, DevOps culture. What is it? I think a lot of people use DevOps thinking we're talking about the new diet, a new fad, a new buzzword. And to even highlight what DevOps culture encompasses, the Vue.js documentation, Vue.js, a front-end JavaScript framework, actually describes it in a very nice and interesting way. So I'm going to share this with you, and I'll read it along, and I'll stop in some interesting points. And it's called Effects of DevOps. The adoption of DevOps culture, tools, and agile engineering practices has, among other things, the nice effect of increasing the collaboration between the roles of development and operations. So this is a mashup of two roles, development and operations. And the first thing we have to highlight in here is collaboration. One of the main problems of the past, but also today in some realities, is that the dev team tended to be uninterested in the operation and maintenance of a system once it was handed over to the ops team, while the latter tended to be not really aware of the system's business goals and therefore reluctant in satisfying the operational needs of the system, also referred to as whims of developers. Interesting, right? So there was always this fight, not fight, kind of like this scuffle between developer and operations, or devs and security, or devs and QA, or QA and security, or everybody against QA. And what the DevOps culture encompasses basically is we all belong to the same chain. We're all links. And there is a way to work together, being aware of what each sector of this ecosystem of this chain does. And having that knowledge can also benefit us to do our work properly. I'm going to share a personal story with you. And yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with tech or development. Excuse me. This is a picture of my first job. Well, I actually had 3 first jobs. Within 6 months, I worked in 3 different things and ended up going into this job. Eventually, I started at a data center, and I only lasted 2 months in that job. Then I was working at a shoe shop, and then this job. I worked in this hotel in Venezuela, my home country. I was actually born in Venezuela. So imagine a 17-year-old woman. This is 1999. I had a relative who was part of the management of this hotel, and I was sure that I was going to get a management role and that I was going to boss around and become that successful person I had picture in my mind. And when I got there to my first day, I was supposed to work at the reception, at the front desk. This person said to me, okay, so what are you here for at front desk? And I said, well, I'm here to be a manager. And they said, okay, you're going to get the manager training. The manager training consisted of something that changed my life in ways I never thought it would. Even to this day now, I am so grateful that I had the chance to go through this experience. The manager training consisted on me going around every possible service in the hotel. I started with housekeeping, and for 1 month, I was making beds, cleaning rooms, and doing general maintenance tasks with the housekeeping team that also involved laundry and I was there for 3 weeks delivering and processing laundry. I also did concierge. I did, I forgot the name in English. I was going to say botones. The people who carry your luggage in the hotel. I was also part of security. I did tour around with the handymen who fixed every possible thing that could go wrong. They were very skilled. I worked in restaurant, I worked in the pool, I worked as a lifeguard, and it took like 4.5 months to actually go through this training. And by the time I got to the reception, I was so angry, and I was like, well, I don't understand what this management training is about. What a joke. But I was still earning. So, I mean, I was young, I was making money, and I had a job, so I didn't complain. I only had 2 days to learn the system at the front desk. And then on that third day, it was my first day on my own. I had a difficult shift from 3 p.m. till 11 p.m. And that means check-ins. So I had a line of 24 people who belonged to a Canadian hockey team who were jet-lagged, hungry, angry, moody, and needed their rooms pronto. I was on my own, and the rooms weren't ready. But what happened? I had extensive training, and because I knew the process of making a room, I knew how long it took on average to get those rooms ready. I also had worked with pretty much the entirety of the housekeeping personnel, and I knew who was faster, and I knew exactly who to put or who to assign to a certain room to get things going. Not only that, I also knew what beverages were served at the bar. I knew the kitchen specials for our 3 restaurants, and I could recommend other choices better than stay here, or you can come back in 2 hours when your room is ready, or we will call you. These people were jet lagged, they were angry, and they were hungry. And I was able to take from all those different departments, from all those different services, the knowledge I gathered from the things they do that are not my specialty, were not my specialty, to solve a problem. We did an amazing teamwork because the rooms were ready within 35 minutes, and some of them actually stayed in the pool enjoying some cocktails. I actually had to ask for permission and sign some welcome drinks, some cocktails, and send them off to the pool, to some restaurants, to the business center. Got the bellboys, thank goodness I got it, to take care of their luggage. And it was teamwork because I knew how the back of the house worked. That didn't make me a manager then, and I eventually, transitioned to tech full time. But knowing this changed my perception on what working as a team should be. Now, if we translate this to technology, you don't have to change your specialty, certainly. And you don't have to tour around all the different sectors in your company or in the ecosystem, but taking advantage of knowing what every sector does will definitely help you do your job better. And it will help you to collaborate with those sectors instead of fighting. If I understand what they do, I can adapt myself to their pace. They can adapt to what I do, or we can find a middle of the ground where we understand, even though we don't speak the same language. Sometimes I still get angry if QA says something's wrong. Well, not angry, just annoyed, but understanding what their job is. If their job is to break things to make sure that what we're shipping works, then I can take that feedback and I can provide them what they need to do their job better and make it a good relationship, to foster that collaboration with what? Communication, understanding. And then things will get easier. Not always happy, but definitely easier. Let's remember one terrible thing happening nowadays. The industry fosters a culture of firefighters, rock stars, ninjas, and superheroes. Firefighters. Wow, what about, those people who are rarely involved in development, but suddenly have the energy to solve bugs in 12 hours without even going to the toilet, without eating. We're fostering those toxic behaviors and awarding people who come and save the day instead of trying to ship code that doesn't break. I know that's not possible, 100% possible, but I want us to look at the bigger picture. What about rock stars who, sometimes are not even involved in the process and make their amazing appearances to save the day as well, and what that means? Or superheroes. I mean, we don't need to be saved. The ecosystem doesn't need a rock star. Our companies don't need rock stars. We need a team that can share responsibilities, that can communicate efficiently, that can have enough confidence to talk about problem solving, to talk about code, to talk about things that are going wrong, to think together, to act together, to plan together. So let's forget about those toxic images and behaviors. What if we kept the back of the house as clean as possible? What if working in the tech ecosystem could be more rewarding, could be more of a collaborative experience? How about thinking of planning our work around solutions that require, or that, well, not so much requires in a hard requirement, but encourage participation of the entire team? Yeah, we all do have our responsibilities, and in our spheres, we are autonomous to make decisions, but 2 heads think better than 1, right? And I know it sounds ideal, the ideal world, unreal, but how do we do this? First thing, we have to understand we're in the same ship. Another important thing, we don't have to be the same to be one. And I want to make a quick pause to say, in my team, I'm a Python developer advocate at Vonage. I am so grateful to be part of my particular team. We all have different specialties. We've got a Node.js advocate, does JavaScript. We've got Ruby. We've got Go. We've got Java. We've got PHP. We are a team. Our discussions, our consultations, our engagement is not siloed to private conversations to ask questions about our codes. We keep our conversations open to anyone who goes into the server SDK channel. They can see how we interact, and we make this a learning experience. People, I know very little about Ruby, but I was able to help out solving a few issues. The .NET developer advocate has been a lifesaver so many times because he's been able to catch things that my eyes haven't seen. Or our lead, Chris, he's a PHP advocate, has pointed out things about my code that otherwise I wouldn't have noticed. And this is what we want to foster. And we also have a manager that fosters these kinds of conversations and someone we can come to. And I know it's ideal. It doesn't happen everywhere, but it takes one person to start a change. Now, let's get things in perspective. The first important thing we have to think about is accountability. Whatever performance that is not informed and not measured doesn't exist. So we have all these methodologies not to police our work, not to tell us that we suck or that other people are better. On the contrary, how do we know what we need to improve if we don't know where we're failing? And these are conversations that need to happen. Now, from the technical, I get overexcited and I start speaking in tongues, you know. From the technical perspective, DevOps and a DevOps culture is all about the feedback. It's about faster time to feedback. It's about thinking of designing and automating our pipelines in the general and broader sense of the word, and also literally too, to improve the quality of our deliveries. We have to think when we code that we have to find a way to gain insight around performance and usage. We have to design our services to identify how can we drive the most value for customers and business, if that's our focus. If we want to venture there, if we want to broaden our perspective, how do we gain insight around the things we ship? Obviously, it's not applicable in all situations, but something to think about. So we do collect the data, we perform analytics against that data, and then tune it over time to achieve improvements in usage. Based on that feedback, and this comes from the inside, we're talking here about the technical perspective, but we can apply this to the internal processes in wherever we're working. If we have feedback, if we have communication, if we foster that collaboration, we can think of this predictive maintenance, because we can maybe foresee a little bit what things need to be strengthened and act before disasters happen. We can improve our performance or apps to improve the quality of what we're offering. And then based on that feedback, we can modify that performance. We know what people want. We know what we want. We can ingrain ourselves together as a team and make it happen. That's not immediate, but it's the beginning of a good journey. So feedback equals faster and better enhancements, updates or repairs, and then an organized list, and it's done like this on purpose. So if something happens, if we need to update, we can think about this. Okay, first, we need to know why. Second, we need to know why a little bit more. What do we want to achieve with this update? And then how do we measure the effect of our updates? Is it because we get less support calls? Do we have any metrics to measure how successful our updates are actually being? In my case, I maintain two Python SDKs for communications and video APIs, and I can see those things. I can see how many people are using the SDK, how many people are downloading the packages I'm pushing. I can see feedback. I can see people tweeting about it, but in other cases, it applies differently. So obviously, take from this fashion whatever suits you best. We have to establish a way to capture those insights. Again, not only talking about code, also talking about us as a team. How do we make these decisions? How do we find out this information? And then we keep on that constant feedback loop, because we get feedback, we act, we deliver, and so on. Very quickly, I'm going to share some shockers with you. This is a survey that Auth0 did. It was more on IoT security, but I want us to think about these questions as part of the developer ecosystem in general, the tech ecosystem in general, and see how they apply to our reality as well. First question, do you believe that most IoT devices on the market right now have the necessary security in place, regardless of it being IoT or being standard web applications or native applications for devices, whatever the case is? The shocker here is that 90% of developers said no. So we are willingly, knowingly shipping the fires we have to put out. That's a problem. Same. Do you trust having your personal private data tied to IoT devices? Well, this was more like almost 50-50 relationship. No, but I still use IoT. Yeah, 51% of the people said. We are the people behind the apps, the services, and the devices that are out there in the market right now. And we are answering these questions honestly like this. So, yeah, 52% of respondents believe that most of these devices in the market do not have the necessary security in place. 49% of respondents don't trust having their personal data tied to these devices, but still use them. Only 80% of people, bless their cotton socks, trust having those details to these devices, and that's the general public and developers and everyone else. Nearly 35% claim that breaches of major companies have not had much of an effect on the trust or consumer interest in the brands that were breached. Well, we're behind those services, right? And the one that hurts the most, 85% of developers surveyed have felt rushed to get an application to market due to demand or pressure in the last 6 months. I've been there. And you know what the problem is? It's not the PM making unreasonable demands because they feel like it. It's because there is a chain of command that is not aware of our processes, our needs, or the way things work. Sometimes people don't know, and it's not a reason to punish them. How do we foster that communication to make sure that we educate all sectors involved in this chain? I know it's not something that is going to work overnight, but that's something we have to think about. And then the first one we saw, 90% of developers surveyed do not believe that these devices currently have the necessary security in place. The same people shipping those products have said that. So when we're talking about this, the wins of whom? We are shipping the fires we have to put out. We are shipping the issues that superheroes, rock stars, and ninjas come to tie together with Play-Doh. Let's remember that the industry fosters a culture of firefighters, rock stars, ninjas, and superheroes. Let's reward a process of communication and collaboration. And I know that's not an easy conversation, and I'm not willing to start a revolution right now, but give you some food for thought. It's time for a change. Guess what? It's you, it's me, it's everyone. And you know what? Most of the time, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I still carry on. I know that one person can make a difference. I know it'll take time, but there are resources and ways to make these happen, to make these things happen. Another important thing, let's not glorify the burnout culture. Let's keep it healthy. Let's keep it safe. Another thing, this Junior Debt for Life, I'm 30, almost 38 years old. I started developing when I was 7 years old. I've been working in this industry for 21 years now. And I can tell you, Every day I learn something new. My mastery is not how much I know, but how much I can own when I don't know. So, yeah. People, praise yourselves. Give yourself a pat on the back for the good job you're doing. There's so much to learn out there. I hope that this sparks a fire and gets you interested in the subject. And if you have any questions, or if there's anything I can help you with, if you want to talk about infrastructure, knowing a bit about infrastructure, about deployments, about containers, about things like that, it doesn't hurt you to learn new things. If you want to learn about QA, it's the same thing. I don't know anything about QA, but I'm trying to exercise test-driven development, and it's grinding my gears, but I'm getting there. It's a learning process, and I'm seeing the fruits. So let's open our horizons, broaden our horizons, open our eyes, and take a different perspective, and start fostering this collaboration culture. Thank you very much. This is the link to the slides, and that's my Twitter, @Ktufa82. And if you have any questions, I'm all yours. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hi, Diana. That was awesome. A lot of good information, and I do agree with you with the whole junior dev thing. I hear that a lot. People talking about junior dev, almost like they are some kind of different people with some type of problems, which are just, regular developer like you and me trying to build something, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I always found that funny. If you have any questions for Diana, please post them on the Twitter, on the YouTube channel.
I know it's so I've given different versions of talks on fostering a DevOps culture, or how we can cross collaborate. There's even a deployment 101 talk I like a lot that I update it every year because I add different things, or the one with containers. I started as a back-end developer and then transitioned into infrastructure, and I like infrastructure and automation, but I had to also jump the fence and go into front-end. So I know that sometimes after hearing something like this, it's like, well, why do I ask? What do I say? It's like, how? I'm certainly not expecting a rain of questions, but more like a lot of introspection and a lot of all y'all thinking ways you could try to bring those conversations to the table. A lot of amazing people had this positive influence in me. I would mention Stacey, and everybody in the southern region, and same GDG Women Tech Makers. We all have different specialties, and we share from our spheres how to do things a little bit better, and that light is certainly a beacon to many of us, people like me.
It makes you that you have a lot of experience in your community as well in North Carolina as a GDG organizer.
Cheers. Yeah. It's all about learning new things. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to speak to all y'all. It's an honor for me, and I'm really proud of being part of the Southern DevFest.
That's amazing. Do you want to share, I guess, a little bit about your community? Because we have yours have the I guess the additional superpower that you are also a community lead, and you have been able to foster and grow an amazing community there in North Carolina. And I'm sure there's a lot of wins and failures that you could share, and you could talk about for people to maybe listen into this and say, hey, you know what? I want to sort of follow that path. I would like to join another community. Or if I don't have one near me, I want to create one, because I think that's what you did, right? You created your own community.
Yeah, and so we branched off the GDG triangle that covered a huge area locally, and it was hard when we had presential meetups. It was hard for folks on this side to travel all the way to Raleigh or Morrisville, where all the meetups were taking place, because it was more like a central place. Well, it's the capital, right? And I started this community with an unprecedented circumstance in the middle of a pandemic, and gathering people online virtually, people who had never seen me. Well, some had, but a lot of new people actually joined in was quite a task. Get people excited about sharing things virtually was a bit of an uphill task, but things are picking up, and I feel that now people are getting more used to these events, and they're participating a lot more. What you need to create a successful community is people who want to learn, someone with something to share, and we all need a friend and a responsibility. And that's like the secret recipe for a successful community. Everything else means shaking all those things together and letting them, letting those things simmer, and boom, you got it.
Mm-hmm. We have that thing in common, in the sense that when I was in New York, I was teaching at a school there, and the students would never go to like meetups or technical events, and myself and another community lead, amazing community lead, Eva, we decided we're going to build a community here. We're going to make sure everybody have access to a lot of this information, bringing amazing speakers such as yourself to kind of tell the community, hey, this is all the resources that you have available. You have people with amazing talent, and you could create an opportunity for yourself to learn, to see a path forward, to kind of gear or move your career forward. And I thought that we have great wins there, and I'm sure you do in your community, especially when you start new, because you're able to, as you said, it kind of starts simmering the thing and kind of make the best out of it. And I believe when it's created in that form organically, it's usually provides the best results.
Cheers. Yeah. I see.
There's a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this?
Okay, so what did I not to give? Oh, wow. 100% honest. Community. I actually wrote a post on my Dev2 blog about how community changed my life. Even though I had some experience, if it wasn't for the community and the support I found, the friendship and the mentorship I found, I think, I don't know, the story would be different. The community has elevated me in so many ways. And this is why I use these exposure to also try and uplift others the same or even better ways than I was uplifted. But I did lean on the community and the mentorship I found in the different communities as I progressed in the tech ecosystem. So, yeah.
So I think when, as you progress through your career, your life, and things that get thrown your way, there's always things that kind of remain with you, and you always kind of learn from, have it in your mind. And one of the things that I will share with you was that my first teacher here when I came to the U.S. was a woman that at the time I hated her gut because because she was very tough on us, but only because she wanted the best from us. But the amazing thing about her was that she spoke like 10 different languages. In that classroom, there was a kid from Germany, there was a girl from Colombia, there was another girl from Puerto Rico, there was me from the Dominican Republic, there was somebody else from, I forget, out of China. And this woman actually spoke to each of us in our native language. She shared her experience in life. But from then on, she said, I'm here to teach you how to speak English and how to kind of, move forward in your school. And she was tough, but I learned a lot from her. And in a way, I remember having a conversation with you because I know you have, I hope you don't mind sharing that you have traveled all parts of the world and you speak multiple language, and I found that amazing because when you find somebody like that with such a unique experience in life, and being able to communicate with multiple culture, with multiple people, I think people like that are special. I wish, I'm unfortunately I only speak two. I know you. but I think that's something that we should celebrate more in society when we have people that could.
Thank you. I speak 12 languages, but I can't cook. Like, my dad used to say that I was the only person in the face of the earth who could burn a salad. So
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, but it's true. I'm a terrible cook. And I feel that, we all have something to bring to the table. There are no two equal pieces in a puzzle. And I feel that as a community worldwide, we are a big puzzle and we all have something special to bring to uplift each other. So I've learned from so many people. I could name so many people. Yeah. Shout out, for example, to Linda Kovacs, who is an example of persistence. She was like, in every opportunity we had to learn something new, she was the first person there, the most cheerful, always pushing. And she's actually achieved some interesting goals. She's working as a software developer. She's putting in practice all those trainings, and to see that those efforts actually have a reward makes me really happy. So yeah,
Linda, she's a very honest, very persistent, very amazing person. She's incredible. Like you meet her and that's the person that you remember because of her honesty, how genuine she is. Amazing. I got a lot of beautiful things to say about her.
We've got an awesome community here in the South, don't we?
Yeah. The whole GDG community is amazing. I could go on, and I'm sure you could go on naming names and people that have, and everybody have that little thing, right? Yeah. Like, everybody have that little thing. Like you have your own experience. I have my own experience. Linda has her own experience, and everybody have like that story that kind of, as a sum, it makes it amazing. So I really appreciate your sharing your knowledge and experience with the conference today. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon, hopefully.
Thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you, Diana. Well, we're going to continue with the program. Our next speaker, I'm going to actually bring her on. Hi, Valerie. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Very good. This is the first time we met, so I will let you introduce. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah. No, it's great meeting you. I'm excited
Yeah.
to be here. My name is Valerie, and I am a self-taught developer that likes to play around with code, but I think my most favorite thing about tech and coding is teaching more people that they can do it too. So that's why I'm so excited today.
Oh, that's amazing. How long have you been doing this for?
I'm getting ready. I think this summer will be my 6th year in tech. So I'm just still surprised that I'm here. Like I still feel like it's my very first year.
What was your background of whatever you were doing before? Is this something that you always wanted to do, or you were like into doing something different and you kind of fell into this?
I was actually, before I entered tech, I was I was working in data entry and I was a manager, and I was able to make the switch. Oh no, it looks like my camera went out. Oh dear. It's a good thing it's not the official start time, right? But I was able to make the switch going from a developer, going from a data entry manager to a developer, and that was really cool.
We still have an issue. I don't see your video yet.
I'm debugging that now. So this is like key. This is key what developers do. We debug in action. So I feel like I am just debugging in prod right now. It's fine. We'll figure this out.
This is what happened when we do it all live. That's great.
Yeah. Just give me one more second.
Yeah,
I got a new setup, and it looks really cool, but sometimes it doesn't behave.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, the title of this talk is Undefined, Not Null, Getting Started with JavaScript, which is, if you're going to do anything web, you must know JavaScript. That's for sure. Oh, we got you back. Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. So what I'll do, I'll let you introduce yourself to the bigger audience up there, and start the talk just in the interest of time, so we could have some time at the end for question and answer. How about that? Is that okay?
That sounds awesome. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen.
Yeah, share your screen, and then we can bring it up. Awesome. Put it here, and then I remove myself. All right. See you on the other side. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thank you for that intro. And thank you, everyone who is joining with me today. I'm very excited to be here and share this digital space with you. I know that 2020 has been a difficult year, so being able to focus and tune in means a lot, and I'm very thankful for it. A big thank you to everyone who helped out with this conference and selecting me to speak. I'm excited to be able to speak alongside so many amazing speakers in tech. I'm excited and motivated to be better and do better. And I'm going to go ahead and do that by giving this talk today about how I got started with JavaScript. One of the things that I really miss about in-person talks is that I'm able to engage with the audience a little bit more than I am when we're doing this all online. So I'm going to try something new today. I wanted to know what brings you joy currently. And to reach out to me and engage with me, definitely hit me up on Twitter. My handle is digital BLK hippie. And if you use the hashtag undefined, not null, I'll be able to engage with you and chat with you after this talk. So let's try that out. So as you're starting to reach out and all of those different things, I'm going to go ahead and get started and tell you a little bit about my journey with learning about JavaScript. When I started out in tech, React wasn't that big of a deal yet. We had ideas about Vue and Angular and things like that, but to be a front-end developer, the only thing that mattered was that I knew JavaScript and some jQuery. The bar to entry as a front-end developer was lower then, but it didn't make anything that I was learning less confusing. I was struggling to keep up with what JavaScript is and wasn't, and I didn't understand a lot of things. It was just confusing. I am someone who has never seen The Matrix. Wild, I know. I've never seen it. But looking at JavaScript, I felt like I was looking into the matrix. I was highly confused. There was these brackets and curly braces and semicolons, and I did not know how to do anything with it. I think at that time, I definitely did not understand the core concept of JavaScript. I knew enough to know that HTML was the foundation. That's what you put on to smooth out and even your skin tone and things like that. And then CSS, that's the beauty blender of tech, of HTML. You use it to contour and to blend and make sure things look good. But when it came to JavaScript, I understood that JavaScript brought the web to life with animations and things like that. But in all honesty, at that time, the only way the things that I felt about JavaScript were not positive things. I couldn't relate them to anything but those really long intro videos for makeup artists use on YouTube, where they take up like 2 to 5 minutes and it takes forever to actually get to the tutorial. That was JavaScript to me. It was an annoyance. It was something I couldn't understand, and it made me feel like I could never be a developer. I felt like I could follow along with these different tutorials, and as long as the code samples were there, I could get it to work, and that gave me hope. But when I started to try to do these things on my own, nothing was working out. I felt like I would never be that real developer who could copy and paste code from Stack Overflow and make it work in my project. I knew that was like a bar that I had to pass, but I had no clue how to do it. JavaScript put me in a position where I felt like I was just defeated. Like I would never overcome this challenge, this burden, and I would never get anyone to want to pay me to write code in production for them. That just seemed unachievable. Like I would never do that. And I kept reading all of these blogs and books about JavaScript and what you needed to learn and all of these different categories of things to learn. And I came across concepts like null versus undefined, scope, while loops, and recursion. These things might have been in a foreign language to me because I had no clue what they meant, and I didn't know how to make it make sense to me. I'm going to be going over some of these things today, but I'm going to be telling you how I broke it down so that it made sense to me. When I started out this journey with understanding these different concepts, the only way I can define myself and like I am this me variable was null. Now that's pretty much JavaScript speak. And I don't know what level everyone is at today, but I will be going through and explaining this code step by step. So if you see something that you don't really understand, don't worry, I'm going to step you through it. And we're going to start off with this example of how I was representing and how I felt as a developer. I felt like I was null. But what does null mean in JavaScript? When you use null, what you're doing is you're saying that a variable or an item is empty. It's set to nothing. It is absent of a value or an object. The other thing to remember about null is that null is a falsy value. A falsy value means that when you're comparing two things to each other and you're using null, null will return as false. The other thing to point out is how JavaScript treats null. JavaScript uses null as an object, which is a key thing to remember, but that's something you can do and learn more about on your free time. It's not going to be something that we talk in depth throughout this talk. Just wanted to throw that out there. Okay, so we talked about null. We get that. We understand that it's false. But this title of this talk is called Undefined, Not Null. So what does null have to do with undefined? Well, we use undefined and we are able to set a value to undefined when it's not declared. So what does that mean? So when we have a variable, we can set that variable to be undefined or not have a value at all instead of using null. When we use null, we're saying that it's empty. When we use undefined, or we do not set a value, we're saying that it's a placeholder, that it can change later on in the code, or we can add to it and make it something different. When we are thinking about how JavaScript views null, one thing to remember is, how JavaScript uses and defines undefined. We have to understand that it is also a falsy value and it is a null value. So when you're using it and comparing it, just like null, undefined will return false. JavaScript categorizes undefined in a very unique way. It sees undefined as a type. In JavaScript, there are a number of different types of objects or items that you can have. They can be numbers, they can be characters, they can be strings, which a string is just a whole bunch of characters stringed together. I hope you like that pun. And there are also Booleans, and you can also have something be undefined. So that's how JavaScript looks at undefined. But what does all of this mean in action? Like you can throw words at me all day, but unless I see how it's being used, that means absolutely nothing to me. So I tried to break down undefined and null and point out some key differences between the two. One of the things that I want to talk about is how we figure out the type of an item or something in JavaScript. Within the first two lines, we see that the type of null and undefined will output or print different things in the console. So everything you see with the /, and after that is considered a comment. And I put that in a different color, gray, to show you that these are just comments. It's not a part of the code, but this is what actually will be executed if you were to run this code. So we see the type of, and type of in JavaScript is how we understand how an object is treated and how JavaScript categorizes it. Null is considered to be a object, and undefined is considered undefined. Now, the key difference, and it's a key concept of this talk, is the fact that null comparison to undefined. When we do a strict comparison using 3 = signs, we see that null and undefined are not the same, and it returns false. So what is it? Why in the next line, when we use 2 = signs, where we loosely compare it, why does that return true? So one key function of JavaScript that you have to know for this to make sense is that when you do a strict or 3 = signs in a comparison, you are saying you want to check all the different ways and variations of an item and of 2 items to see if they're the same in all cases. That's the best way to understand what's going on there. And then you have the loosely comparison. So what's happening there is we're saying, like, if we just quickly skim over this, if we just look through this really quickly, how do those 2 items compare? And we see that it returns true because, again, we remember that null and undefined are both falsy values. So if you just skim at it and look at it, you would think they were both return true. They were both returned false, making that statement true. So those are really cool things and to be mindful of when you're thinking about null and undefined. There are a few other things here that are interesting. Another one that I would like to point out is the fact that when we check to see if JavaScript looks at null and undefined as a number, we don't see them act the same way. So when we use the method is not a number in JavaScript, when we're comparing it to null, we see that it returns false. But when we do the same thing for undefined, we see it returns true. The best way I can explain this one is we have to remember that undefined is considered a placeholder. So inside that method, when we add 1 to it, we're replacing that undefined value to be 1, so that is a number. That's not exactly what's happening with the null value. And that's because null is considered an object in JavaScript, which again, we can go a deeper dive into that at a different time. So breaking down these two things seemed to make more sense to me, and I was starting to get a better understanding of it, but some things still felt really out of scope, and scope was out of scope. That was supposed to be a pun and it was supposed to be funny, but I couldn't make that work. So I just went with that, which it's pretty normal for my comedy, I think I would say. So let's go ahead and not look at my failed joke, but instead let's look at scope. So to understand scope, we have to understand what that means in JavaScript. Scope in JavaScript just means how you're able to access different variables. And that may not seem to make much sense because, like, if you define a variable, shouldn't you be able to always just use it? Well, the thing is, you can use a variable, any variable that is a global variable in the global scope. And global scope means that you usually define the variable early on in your script file, your JavaScript file, and that will be able to use anywhere or in any block of code that you create. So what is this block of code? So when you create a block of code, it could be a function, a loop, or anything like that, you're creating local scope. Local scope means that anything defined, any variable defined within that local scope will not be accessible. You can't access it outside of that block of code. Now, that may not make any sense. Like, what does that really look like? How do you interact with that? Well, I created this example to show you how you can step through these different things to understand global and local scope. So to give you a backstory on this function, I have a standing desk and I love using it. I feel like it increases my productivity. It helps me check things off of my to-do list. It reduces my back pain. And there's another benefit of the fact that I can dance and code because it's a standing desk. So I've created this function to turn my benefits that I talk about daily into code. So at the top, I create some global scope with these variables. The to-do list, the back pain, and productivity, they're all set to numbers. I then create a function. That function, the standing desk benefits, is a block of code that I've created. So anything within those brackets is considered local scope. So I threw my playlist inside of that local scope. It's set to an empty array. And that's the start or the template of telling the story in code about the benefits of a standing desk. So I went ahead and pre-filled my playlist with some artists that I like to listen to. Side note, if you know who any of these people are, tag me on Twitter. Let me know what one of your favorite songs of theirs is, and we can chat about that later. So now that I have my playlist all set up, I'm ready to build out the functionality of how I get to go through my to-do list and increase my productivity and reduce some of the other negative things about not having a standing desk. So I'm going to introduce something that we haven't talked about yet, and that's a while loop. So a while loop is saying, anytime this condition is met, I want you to run the code within this block or within this local scope. And whenever that condition is false, we will not run whatever inside of this scope, and we'll go on to the next block of code, line of code after this loop. So what's going on here is that I am, in this block of code, I am dancing to my playlist, I am reducing my back pain, I am increasing my productivity, and I am taking or checking off something from my to-do list. So that sounds great. I'm able to do all the things that I want to do, and I'm feeling good about it, and I'm able to dance to some of my playlists. But this may not make much sense, especially with the while loop. This is something new. We haven't gone over this before, especially this conditional. Like, what does this mean? I have it set so that I'm checking to see if my to-do list is greater than or equal to 1. Why would I check for that? Well, the reason why I set it greater to or equal to 1 is because I want to make sure that when I have one item on my to-do list I'm going to go through each of these steps. I'm going to dance to my music. I'm going to go ahead and reduce my back pain by 1. I'm going to increase my productivity by 1. And I'm going to check something off of my playlist, off of my to-do list, making it have 0 items on my to-do list. And so once the to-do list is set to 0, I don't want to go through this loop anymore. I need to go ahead and move on and do the next thing to make me more productive and get things done throughout my day. So if I didn't have this set to 1, what would happen is, or if I had it set to 0 and the conditional, I would go through this loop after it gets to 0, and then I would subtract something and make it a negative thing. In the real world, I would love to have negative items on my to-do list, but that doesn't happen. That's not a real use case. So that's why I have that conditional set up there. And to test to make sure my code is working as expected, I've console logged all of the variables out so that I can understand what's going on and I can see it happen in real time. So to explain this in a slide, I've added some comments to the bottom so you can see what happens at the different parts of the loops. So for the first part of the loop, my to-do list is down to 1 from 2. My back pain is at 2. My productivity is at 1. And my playlist is playing Megan Thee Stallion. And I know we're at the end of the loop because I have my loop string. The second time it goes through the loop, my to-do list is at 0. My back pain is at 1. My productivity is at 2 because I'm knocking things off my list. I'm feeling good. And I'm now listening to Deftones. So this was a easy introduction into how you can start using these different things such as global and local scope to build out code to tell a story that you're looking to tell. And while I was getting through that, I was starting to feel really good about my learning journey, my coding journey and learning JavaScript until I got to the recursion part of it. And I got to this thing called the Fibonacci sequence. And I just didn't get this. Like, I understood Fibonacci as an art student where we were talking about the golden ratio and how you draw things. But if you're talking about Fibonacci when it comes to math, like, that's over my head. Like, I don't really care about that. I've never been a big math person unless I'm counting my money. Then I'm all about the math. But that's not what we're talking about here. And so as I'm trying to learn recursion, they're constantly talking about this Fibonacci sequence, and that's how you learn recursion. And honestly, that is one of the reasons why it took me so long to understand what recursion was, how to work with it. And I honestly just avoided it for a very long time. I think I avoided it for about a year because I didn't understand the examples. So how can I understand the core concept if I can't get the examples going and understand how to break those down? Using examples that you don't fully understand while you're learning something new is 2 things that you have to understand and break down from a cognitive level, making it harder for you to focus on one thing. That's why it didn't make any sense to me. So I broke down recursion in a way that made the most sense to me. I used a in real life example of recursion that I hope some of you might be able to relate to. And that is the Black parent goodbye. So for those of you who grew up in a Black household or a church household or anything like that, maybe even if you didn't, you might be able to relate to this. But when your parents say it's time to leave from either church or a family gathering, whatever time they say to leave, you're going to add more time to it to actually get in the car, roll the windows up, start it, and drive off. Like, those 2 times don't usually add up. So the way that I started to understand recursion is I related it to my own personal life. I knew as a kid, my mom would tell me like, hey, we're leaving in 20. I'm like, nah, for real, we're probably leaving at 40, maybe even more than that. So that's how I broke up this function to understand recursion. I knew to understand when we were leaving, I would have a case that I would check. And in this case, I would check to see if my mom's time, which is the set leave time, was equal to the for real time that we were actually going to leave. And if it was, I say, okay, cool, we're leaving. I'll console log that we're leaving so that I know in my code everything is working correctly. But what happens when that's not the case? Because like I said, if my mom said it was 20 minutes, I knew we were going to leave in 40 minutes. I know that when that use case or the best case is not met, I'm going to have to do something else. And I'm going to have to add time to what I currently have, update that, and then call the function back, because that is the purpose of recursion. You're using the function to call itself to increase and change the variables within it. So this is a very complicated example, and I'm going to try my best to step through it in a way that is as clear as it can possibly be. But if you have any questions about this, please don't worry. I have a link to all of the sample code that you can play around with that I'll show at the end of the talk. But let's go ahead and step through this code. So now that I have my exit case scenario, when I know both of the times are equal, I know that we're actually in the car and we're driving off. But outside of that, there's this other case where either my mom is talking to one of my aunts again about something that's going to happen next week, or my mom is telling me to go talk to my uncle and get another plate wrapped up for tomorrow because she doesn't want to cook me anything and I'm going to need to eat something. Those are the things that I'm adding time for. So to do that, I go ahead and I say that I'm going to change the set leave time, because I know my internal clock, the for real time, that's the real time. It's my mom's time that's off. I hope no one tells her I say this, because, you know, I understand how things work within the parent-child relationship. My mother is always right. I'm constantly learning. Even as an adult, that's how things work. Don't question it. But I'm going to go ahead and update the code to reflect my world. And the way that I see it is that it's not my time that's changing, it's my mom's time, or the set leave time that's changing. So to do that, I take the variable, the set leave time variable, and I want to increase it by 10. So whatever that variable was before, I'm going to add 10 to it. So that's why you see me use set leave time equals set leave time plus 10, because I'm adding 10 to the last item or the number that was passed in the first time when the variable or the function was called. I'm going to also console log a couple of things so I know what's going on, because this is a very complicated logic. Like, I'm not really sure what's happening or what's supposed to happen. So I'm going to console log what's going on. And then from that point, I'm going to go ahead and call the function again, and I'm going to say that the set leave time, I'm going to send the new set leave time and send the old for real time. So that way I know that each time I go through this loop, I'm going to change the set leave time to the new increased value. So when we go through this and I call the function, the Black parents goodbye, I'm going to put in 20 minutes or 20 minutes as the set leave time and 40 minutes as this for real time. So when I go through the first loop, I'm going to go ahead and get that the set leave time is 30 because I've increased it by 10. And then the for real time is 40 because that does not change. The second time I go through the loop, I'm going to get that the leave time is 40, and then the for real time is 40. So like at this point in real life, I would ask my mom, are we leaving? You ready to go? At this point, I'm calling the function again when I ask her if we're ready to leave. Because the set leave time and the for real leave time are finally equal, I can now say, hey, we're leaving, my mom's ready, we're in the car, windows up, we're taking off. And so we're able to go through and by calling the function within the function, go ahead and use recursion to figure out when are we actually leaving. So that, even though I walked that through, that may still be confusing. Like, why Are we calling the function within the function? Does this really make sense? Well, you know what? I'm going to try to make this as clear as possible. So what I've done is I added comments next to each of the variables. So those comments will show you what the actual variable value is. So we're working on the after the first loop runs, we put in 30 and 40 for the parameters or the leave time and for real time. So right now we're going through the second loop, right? So when we start with 30. We check the conditions to see if the set leave time and the for real leave time are equal. They're not. So we say, okay, let me go ahead and go to the next step. So I know that the set leave time is 30. I need to add 10 to 30. And I'm going to go ahead and console log my new variables. And then I'm going to pass in my new variables, which would be the set time would now be 40, and the for real time will now be 40. So the next time I run through this loop, I'm going to get that the set time and the for real time are going to be the same, right? So that's perfect. So now I'm at the point where I'm at the third loop, the condition is met, and we're going to go ahead and actually leave the gathering. So that was a lot to break down. That was a very complicated topic when it comes to coding, and that's recursion. I know that it may not make sense right now to you, but I hope that that example can help you connect the dots and give you real life examples of what recursion is and how you can relate it to your daily life to make sure that it makes sense to you. And while we're doing all of those things, I hope you realize and you start to feel that throughout this journey, you're not null. Instead, you're undefined. While we're learning something new, it's very easy to become very overwhelmed and feel like you have to do these things, that you have to be this perfect person. And the journey to your end goal, it's going to be a straight path. But in reality, that's not how it works. And if we really think about it, if your goal is to land a job or to learn a new technology or framework or just learning in general, you shouldn't be something that is always set. Even if you think your set value is null, that is so permanent. That is not how things work. Instead, we should all be undefined. We should all be undefined because at any moment we should be able to pivot and do whatever it is we need to do and learn to better ourselves. Now, I started out in tech as a UX person. Now, what if I would have told myself that I would always have to be a UX person? I would have to fit that standard. I would have to fit that mold, that I could never be undefined. I would never be where I am now, because I would have went down a path that was very certain. And that's just not how things work. And we need to understand that we have to rewire how we think about learning and just make sure that we're making it fit for the things that we are actually doing. And that's why I want you to know that at this point in my tech journey, I realize that I am undefined and not null. Instead, I am not going to say that I don't know things or I can't know things or I'll never learn these things. But instead, I just need to figure out how I can learn in a way that benefits me, my experiences, and the way I understand the world. And that's what we did today. It may not feel like it. It may feel like we walked through these things really quickly. But what we did is we broke down patterns in ways that made sense to us. Well, honestly, I broke down things to make it make sense to me. It may not, you may be able to relate, you may not, but the thing that I want you to walk away with is that you can do these things and make it make sense to you. And to prove my point, I'm going to go ahead and walk through everything we learned today. We learned the difference between null and undefined. We learned what scope was and how to use global scope versus local scope. And we learned how to do that by talking about dancing and doing work at a standing desk. We even learned about while loops. And if you notice, I didn't explain or introduce while loops the exact same way I introduced global scope and I introduced null and undefined. And I think that's key. I did that on purpose because when you're learning, each concept you learn, you might have to change up how you learn it. If you don't have to read a tutorial or watch a YouTube video for every single thing that you do. It might require you to change up how you're learning depending on what you're learning. We even went over the dreaded recursion. This is something that I know a lot of people struggle with, and it's okay, and that's perfectly fine. We just have to find out how to break down these things to make it make sense for us. And so I purposely did not introduce myself in this talk, and I wanted to do it at the end because I wanted us to really focus on my journey throughout learning JavaScript and my tech journey in general. I started off feeling as if I was null and I would never be defined and I would never make it in tech, to today. I can say that I am the founder and CEO of Tech by Choice, and we're a nonprofit that's on a mission to make sure that the underrepresented and underestimated know that they can enter, stay, and thrive in tech. On top of that amazing title, I went from, again, feeling like I could never understand JavaScript to becoming an engineering manager. So if you are on your tech journey and you're trying to learn JavaScript or Python or anything, whether it be technical writing or marketing, definitely reach out to me on Twitter. My handle is digitalblackhippie. I can talk to you through that journey, that path, and also definitely check out Tech by Choice. You can use the link below on this slide to become a Tech by Choice member today. We are always here to support and help you on your journey. I'm also the world's oddest procrastinator. To procrastinate, I like to make more mini projects. One of the things that I made a few years ago that was the catalyst for this talk was actually this mug. I'm undefined, not null. So if you are really feeling this talk and you're loving this vibe and you want to keep it going, definitely check out my store. The website is digitalhippie.net. I have some fun merch that you can buy, and if you're feeling this vibe, you can definitely continue it after this talk. And if you like the way that I was able to break down these different concepts, these tech concepts, definitely check out this website here. I am currently working on writing a book to help non-traditional techies learn how to master algorithms with my book, Algos for Us. So if you're interested in that, definitely check out the website, sign up for our newsletter so you can learn more about our different updates and what's going on there. And I just want to again say thank you for spending some time with me today. I have some links here for you. My Twitter handle, check me out there. I'm way too active on that thing, but I love to respond and engage with people. The code samples that were used in this talk, you can find them here at the link here. You can also check out the store, and again, check out Tech by Choice. I built this community to help everyone out there learn how they can expand with their knowledge with tech and feel empowered along their tech journey. So we would love it if you can join. And again, thank you for checking out and hanging out with me during this talk. It's been great.
That's an amazing talk. Thank you, Valerie. There was a lot of good information there. Help everyone take a lot of these lessons and bring it into their own journey. I really love the I'm undefined, not null, because it actually a good way to describe everyone in that journey to become better developers or enhancing their careers. It's so true, especially in the dev world.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited. I hope everyone else felt that way too.
Yeah. I got this comment, which was sort of interesting. I love it. It says, "Don't con yourself, let yourself."
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you, Oscar. That's awesome.
That was really good. I thought So yeah, if you have any question, please post them on your on the YouTube chat, so we could go over them. We still have a good time actually before the next talk. So, is there anything that you feel that Valerie could help you answer in terms of where you are in your journey? This is a great time to bring those questions in. In the meantime, I'd like to sort of throw a question out there for you. What would you say to someone that I don't know, have no clue what this web mobile JavaScript thing is, and I want to learn because I see a lot of cool people uh, kind of enjoying themselves, having a good time, and making a lot of money. Like, what do you tell somebody like that?
Yeah, so one of the things that I like to tell people is just explore. I know been a big push to have people learn how to code, but there are so many other things that are out there in the tech world that you could do, like cybersecurity. You can get into hardware and robotics and things like that. You can also be a technical writer. I know a lot of people think that to enter tech, you have to give up all of those amazing other skill sets that you have in order to land a job, but just make sure you are understanding what's out there and all of the things that you can do, and make sure you are just asking questions to figure out how to get in, and then just go for it. Find your community to help you along the way, and whatever you decide to do, whether it's coding or technical writing, you'll be able to do it.
So in your case, I take it you're a web developer. Have you sort of, since we are all undefined, have you like dive into, I don't know, mobile machine learning, something like? Are you like one of those, like I try to tend to do that myself, where I try to kind of see what's out there from time to time and just do a hello world, so I understand a little bit. Do you do that?
Yeah, like I feel like every other weekend I come up with another like fun side project to figure out like how things work. Recently, I've been interested in cloud, learning about the cloud and how that works, as well as security. I've been really interested in cybersecurity, so I've been taking those piece by piece and breaking up into smaller pieces and chunks to better understand that. So between those two, I've been interested. I tried a mini like machine learning project in the past, which was really cool. But outside of that, I might be like building robots or something like that, like using a Raspberry Pi to build a security bot, or just fun stuff like that.
Is there any I know you're involved with a lot of communities. You have a blog, you have a business, you have all these different things. Would you like to share some, I don't know, wins or stories in a particular area where people could I guess learn from those lessons? Maybe I'm sure there was a time when you were writing a blog or you were starting your business where there was time you probably felt like, I don't know if this is working, but you kept pushing. What do you learn from those experiences that, people could learn from that?
I think I definitely feel that every single day with the stuff that I do, whether it's I'm at work or with Tech by Choice, running a nonprofit, or just like fun little side like hustles that I work on, like my book and like the digital store. I feel like I don't know what I'm doing. I always feel like I'm not doing enough, or that I'm doing everything wrong. And I found that at the beginning, a lot of things that I worked on failed because I kept thinking I wasn't good enough, that I wouldn't be able to do this. Like, what gives me the right to do this when there's people who are so much wiser and older and have more experience than I do? And I realized the thing that has helped me push me forward is to build my community. Whether it's your family or friends or even internet friends, being able to share what you want to do with other people around you who don't want to see you fail, it makes the biggest difference. I was recently working on a project for Tech by Choice, and we were helping underrepresented business owners move to the digital space. And it was one of the biggest initiatives that we've done so far with Tech by Choice. And I was constantly questioning if I should do this, like if we should push the dates back, like are we the right people to be doing this in this space? Like, can we truly support these people on their journey, like their entrepreneurial journey? And I vocalized that with my team, and my team was amazing. And the team is like leadership and people from the community who wanted to back this project. They're like, no, we can do it. We have the skill sets. We are the people who love and work with this community on a day-to-day basis. So why can't we help them get to the next level? And the end result of that was being able to see multiple businesses either launch or revamp their business because of the support and help we were able to give them. So if you're feeling like you can't do something, you probably can't, but you will. And that's the difference. Just finding that community that will support you and back you will help you understand that more.
Wow, that's an amazing story. Do you, if you don't mind asking, do you what type of business was it? Small businesses, middle size, or bigger businesses? Because I had a little experience trying to do something similar, but with a small businesses, and I totally understand the difficulty of the whole process. And but when you're able to get it get things running, it makes a lot of difference.
Mm-hmm.
So was this like small businesses?
Yeah, we worked with all small businesses. We did have a few people who were up and running prior to COVID and shelter in place. And
Yeah.
so some of our businesses had some history, but a majority of our businesses were people who said that they got laid off or they didn't like the way things were going and they wanted to make a difference in the world. So they wanted to start a business.
Yeah. My particular experience was basically businesses that were, so when I was teaching, we wanted to get the experience for the students. And one way we thought it was a fun way to do it was to identify small businesses that have technical needs and
Mm-hmm.
connect them with students that were in the process of graduating in tech, so that they could gain those experiences. So it's almost like building us that bridge to say, hey, you need this. There's these people that want to get some experience. They would do the work just to get the experience. How can we connect you? And we were able to do that successfully. But at the beginning, it's kind of tough because you have to do a lot of interviewing. In my experience, we had to talk to, I think we talked at one point to about 20 to 50 small businesses, 20, 30 small businesses, and then sort of started deciding, okay, what projects out of their problem will be beneficial for the students to go out and solve. And then you have to sell that problem to the students so they could sort of be in agreement there. It's a lot of fun doing stuff like that. So I'm glad your company is in that area, because I'm very passionate about helping small businesses and people that are trying to start in tech.
Yeah, I definitely love doing that matchmaking, being able to, like you're saying, be that bridge, and showing. I think one of the best moments I had in that whole experience, I was able to mentor some people who were boot camp grads or just getting into UX, and being able to sit there and wireframe with them to show them, like, this is how this works, this is the workflow, this is the process, and to be able to teach and see all the people learn, whether it was the technologists or the business owners. That was one side effect of this whole entire thing that I didn't ever imagine, all of the teaching and learning that we would all do together as a group. So definitely a big win. It was worth all the hard work, like you're saying, the hours interviewing. It's a great experience overall.
Yeah, it's a lot of stories when you start kind of seeing in business kind of realizing, the potential once they see the technology helping their business, and then from the other side, you're seeing new developers and students kind of realizing their own potential once they realize that they could solve a lot of this problem. They have the ability to do it. It's just fascinating to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Is there I don't see any questions on the chat that I could point to, but do you have any other stories that we share before we close this down, or anything to your contact information is here. If anyone has any questions, please reach out to Valerie. You share anything before we finish?
I should have come up with like a really good exit, but all I can say is thank you everyone for joining and all the kind words that I'm getting in the comments. I'm excited to give this talk and connect with all of you. Follow me on Twitter or reach out. It's been great. Thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate you sharing your knowledge, and your expertise with the conference and the people watching. I know there's a lot that you could go back and watch the video and pull from it, because it's definitely a lot of good information, and we truly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Valerie. Bye-bye. All right, guys. So we are ready for our next talk, but it is not until 3:30. We're setting up for our next talk. What I'll do is we'll be right back. I'm gonna momentarily hop off, let this our introductory video play out. If you haven't watched it, this is a good opportunity to see what being part of the GDG community could help you grow as a developer, as a organizer, as a lead. If you are one of those people that would love to start a community around your area because maybe you don't find the community that you like to be in, please reach out. We are, I believe, it's 13 states in the South region and growing. We love expanding our community, bringing different people and different experiences to share with our communities. So let me play this.
Hello and welcome to DevFest 2020. I'm Jason Titus, VP of Engineering at Google, joining you from my home in California. Each year, we at Google truly feel the anticipation for DevFest. It's a one-of-a-kind series of developer conferences, and we're glad you can join us and the local developers within your community. Your local DevFest event this weekend is one of hundreds taking place all around the world right at this moment. And what makes DevFest truly unique is that it's run by volunteer community organizers on a mission to help other local developers grow and share a passion for Google technologies. Now, 2020 has been a year of radical change for people across the globe. But when difficult times came about, developers within this community came together online to plan a virtual DevFest where each local chapter could participate, helping each other teach and learn, when we need to connect the most. And these connections can be so important. I can remember the first developer conferences I went to, where I met people who were already doing the kinds of things I dreamed of doing. They had started companies, built products, and I got to hear the stories of what had worked and what had gone wrong. And we hope that all of you will get to have similar experiences at DevFest this year. At Google, we've always believed that we are only successful when all of our users are successful. While Google and its products may plant a seed, it's developers like yourself who make the seeds grow and thrive. This community of developers has shown us firsthand how you're using technology to help each other during times of need. Hello and welcome to DevFest 2020. I'm Jason Titus, VP of Engineering at Google, joining you from my home in California. Each year, we at Google truly feel the anticipation for DevFest. It's a one-of-a-kind series of developer conferences, and we're glad you can join us and the local developers within your community. Your local DevFest event this weekend is one of hundreds taking place all around the world right at this moment. And what makes DevFest truly unique is that it's run by volunteer community organizers on a mission to help other local developers grow and share a passion for Google technologies. Now, 2020 has been a year of radical change for people across the globe. But when difficult times came about, developers within this community came together online to plan a virtual DevFest where each local chapter could participate, helping each other teach and learn when we need to connect the most. And these connections can be so important. I can remember the first developer conferences I went to, where I met people who were already doing the kinds of things I dreamed of doing. They had started companies, built products, and I got to hear the stories of what had worked and what had gone wrong. And we hope that all of you will get to have similar experiences at DevFest this year. At Google, we've always believed that we are only successful when all of our users are successful. While Google and its products may plant a seed, it's developers like yourself who make the seeds grow and thrive. This community of developers has shown us firsthand how you're using technology to help each other during times of need. Hello and welcome to DevFest 2020. I'm Jason Titus, VP of Engineering at Google, joining you from my home in California. Each year, we at Google truly feel the anticipation for DevFest. It's a one-of-a-kind series of developer conferences, and we're glad you can join us and the local developers within your community. Your local DevFest event this weekend is one of hundreds taking place all around the world right at this moment. And what makes DevFest truly unique is that it's run by volunteer community organizers on a mission to help other local developers grow and share a passion for Google technologies. Now, 2020 has been a year of radical change for people across the globe. But when difficult times came about, developers within this community came together online to plan a virtual DevFest where each local chapter can participate, helping each other teach and learn when we need to connect the most. And these connections can be so important. I can remember the first developer conferences I went to, where I met people who were already doing the kinds of things I dreamed of doing. They had started companies, built products, and I got to hear the stories of what had worked and what had gone wrong. And we hope that all of you will get to have similar experiences at DevFest this year. At Google, we've always believed that we are only successful when all of our users are successful. While Google and its products may plant a seed, it's developers like yourself who make the seeds grow and thrive. This community of developers has shown us firsthand how you're using technology to help each other during times of need.
Hey everyone, we are getting ready for our last talk for the day. After this talk, we're going to get back to our channel 1 or track 1, and that's where we're going to do the raffle and the swag. We're going to have some little closing ceremony, so make sure you tune to that. But before that, we're going to talk about how to land your first dev job or your dream job. So we're really excited to have Bobby Davis Jr. here with us, and he's gonna talk about how do you go about getting your first dev job. Let me share the screen and bring in online.
Hey, how you doing?
Very good. So we haven't met previously, obviously. I'd love to, tell the audience and myself a little bit about yourself. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. So I'm Bobby Davis. I'm the founder of Coder-Founder. We're a coding boot camp. I also run a consulting company where we are out there writing software projects for people. But my biggest passion is trying to help people find jobs. And I've noticed when we're trying to place boot camp grads into jobs, they make common mistakes. And I also run a YouTube channel, and I talk to people all the time about some of the mistakes they make. And so I'm going to show this presentation today to just talk about the mistakes that they can overcome and how they can break in for that first software job.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. I'm a big believer on learning from mistake rather than tell me what to do, because I'm going to do that. If it doesn't work, and not everything works the same way for everybody. So
exactly,
if all I know is just how, a step to follow, it's not as great in my opinion, then that's just knowing what happened when you fail. Like, what did you do? How do you react to this or that or the other thing that might go wrong? And I think everyone experienced that. It's just how you react to it more than anything.
Right. Yeah, it takes a minute. And so a lot of people want instant success. In other words, like they feel like learn to code and over the weekend and on Monday I'll have this great software job. And so we're going to talk through the process that you go through and what you need to do to actually break in.
Yep. Awesome. So without further ado, do you have a screen to share your screen? And so I can bring it up?
I'm good there. I've got it all set up here on my switch.
You guys have it up here. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let you take it away.
Okay, cool.
All right, awesome.
Hey, so my name's Bobby Davis. I'm with the Coder Foundry, and what we do is we try to place people into jobs. And if you're here and you're trying to break in for the very first time, what I want to show you is how you can market yourself into a job. But if you're watching this and you're saying, hey, I'm 5 years into this, I'm 10 years into this, I really don't need to watch this. What I wanted to show you is also, if you follow my advice here, then we can also show you how you could maybe up your game in the marketing department, how you could brand yourself as a developer. And so maybe that dream job becomes an inbound instead of you applying for things. And we've seen this work for other developers, that where their inbound traffic, people asking them to come to work there, has happened well. And when they follow this marketing plan. So what we can do, let me just show you kind of what we're going to talk about. So we're going to talk about how to kind of market yourself as a developer. And the big thing that I want you to think about today is this. A goal without a plan is just a wish. And now a lot of us have the goal of becoming a software developer. We see people on Twitter and we look up to these luminaries in the industry, and we want that too. But sometimes we really don't have a plan how we get there. And it starts a lot more than just learning how to code. As much as you are probably interviewing now, you're like, hey, I've learned how to code. I've been doing this for a year, but I can't get an interview call back. I can't get no one to call me. I can't pass a tech interview. I can't do these things. I'm not finding success. Today, I'm going to show you how we could do that. So we're going to put together a plan so that it's not a wish for you. Now, our plan is very extensive. And so when you think about the things that you have to do, I'm going to break this down into 4 steps. Now, the first step is build. And I'm going to talk to you about the things that you need to build. So getting a job for the first time requires that you have something to show. And this plan revolves around building specific things to enhance not only your visibility, but also your credibility. Well, people will take you seriously, especially if you've graduated from a boot camp or you went the whole self-learn route. And that is a very valid way to break into this industry. But when people see that you've totally self-taught, you've never had a professional job as a developer, they need some type of way to judge whether you can do the job or not. And the thing that we're going to build first is an attractive professional portfolio. And you probably thought about this a lot, but I'm going to go into a little bit of detail here. And if you follow me on YouTube, I have a YouTube channel that goes into a lot of detail about this portfolio itself. But let's go over it real quickly here. The portfolio, think of this as your primary vehicle for showing people what you can do, or you're branding yourself as a developer. Think of it as this: if you're running a company, you would have a .com site or a .net site for your company. You being a developer is no different. You should have a portfolio site. It should be professionally hosted, which means it's on some kind of professionally host that doesn't go down every other day. It's very it also has a custom domain, which means that you should go out to GoDaddy, spend a little money, make sure that you have something like we can see here, Alex Smith, maybe alexsmithcodes.com or something like that. And then it must be responsive, which means that it must work from the mobile first all the way up to a desktop, like you can see here, like a 27-inch Mac screen. And so you need to test it on all of those. But what should be on it? It should have 5 main sections. Now, those sections are the About section, which talks about you as a developer and not you as a mountain climber. A lot of times we make this mistake of putting too much of our personal stuff in there, and we never really talk about what we can do for the company. So make sure you lean into, you can say that you climb mountains, but you don't want to write 3 paragraphs on that. You want to write 3 paragraphs about the types of things that you'd like to do with coding and the types of things you'd like to build. The second step is we're going to build a coding challenge section. And the coding challenge are what I would call purely front-end projects. This could be like a weather app or something like that, but we're going to take it one step farther, as you see. And then you need to have what I call business class projects. 3 business class projects that hit a database, that use security, and that way you can demonstrate this full stack web development project. Now, if you're in here and you're saying, okay, I want to break into desktop, or I want to break into mobile apps, those projects down there will showcase your skills there as well. So you got to find a way to showcase those projects that solve business problems, implement security, and hit a database. Something more has more features than you would say a weather app or something like that. We're also going to build a blog, and then finally at the bottom of it, it needs a contact page so someone actually can fill it out, and contact you directly. And that's what we want to happen. And we're going to show you how we could do that. Now, the second thing that we need to do is inside of our build step is we need to build 5 mini sites. And let me talk to you about what these are. Mini sites are based on coding challenges. Now, coding challenges are built around like FizzBuzz or something like that. Now, what I want you to do, instead of solving FizzBuzz, or you go to LeetCode and you solve a problem, what I want you to do is put a UI around this project. And so we have one that's called Superdog Events at coderfounder.com, and you can go check that out. And it's basically showing you how you would add numbers together, use an average with JavaScript, except we put that around in an app that showed like attendance for an event. And then we named it like Superdog Events. The technical challenges of coding it is the same, but if you put it around a coding challenge and then put a simple app around it, you can build these mini sites out. And I want 5 of these mini sites put on your portfolio that have unique domains. Now, what does this do? If you have 5 mini sites, this improves your SEO rank, pushing links into your portfolio site, and it gives more chances for people to find you. They may find this mini site before they find your portfolio, and it should lead back to your portfolio. So this should have a couple of pages on it: the app, the solve, the code itself, and then an about section that tells them about you as a developer, and then it pushes them back to your main portfolio so they can look at more of your mini sites. So we're going to build 5 of these. Now, the other thing that we can do is we can talk about these business class projects. Now, this requires that you have something really exceptional to show. These are your showcase. This is where you make your money. This is the thing that you're going to demo inside of a project or inside of an interview. You're going to use this as a demo artifact, something that you can sell when you go in there. And I want you to treat the interview like a sales process. So just imagine if you walked into an interview and you're going to sell them your software. That's how I want you to treat interviews going forward, and not where you go in and just answer a bunch of questions. And we'll get to more of that later. But I want you to build 3 business class projects. Now, these business class projects must solve a business problem. They implement security. They use a database. And when they go to your site, because you're going to like host this professionally as well, create demo logins. Don't put up a roadblock for someone having to register with your site to use your software. You want them to be able to instantly experience your software. Now, at Coder Foundry, we build 3 major projects. We build a blog software. We're going to talk about that in a second. We build what we call the bug tracker. Now, our bug tracker is a software that tracks software defects. So imagine if you were on a software team, you're probably using something like Jira or something like that. This software performs the same kind of functions. A user submits a request, and then that request comes into a project manager or a project stakeholder. They sign it to a developer. The developer works on the issue, closes the status out, marks it closed, and then that issue gets pushed into production. We're tracking that workflow in a software project, like a full stack project. Now think about this. It has security because you log in. It has role-based security or implementing claims, meaning that based on your login, that's what you're allowed to do. What the result of this doing is, if you can build a beautiful, functional piece of software that you can turn around and show that during an interview, it gives you massive credibility. Even if you've never held a professional software job, even if you learned completely online and you don't have a computer science degree, or you didn't go to a boot camp, you taught yourself through free code camp. This gives you a demo artifact that you can show in interviews. You can even record a demo of it in YouTube as well. We'll talk about that in a second. And this gives you the ability to control an interview. Now, you may be asking yourself, how do I control an interview? When someone asks you a question about a technical topic. So we get this, what we call code trivia during interviews. And what you can do is, if someone asks you, say, hey, are strings immutable? Or, hey, how do you write a loop in C#? You can say, this is how you do that but this is where I used a loop inside of my software. Do you mind if I take the time to show you this piece of software and show you the code where I did that functionality? And this the same applies for questions around OOP or things around like an architecture design like MVC or MVVM, things like that, where you can demonstrate the answer to the question inside your software. And what this also does is we're building 3 more project sites, and it gives us more visibility as a software developer. So it needs to be hosted professionally. It needs to have a custom domain. And then inside that project site, make sure it's branded like an app, that it functions and breathes like an application. So the other thing that we want to do is we want to build a blog. And I want you to build your own blog software. Now, could you stand a blog up in WordPress? 100%, absolutely you could. But if you're in your learning journey or you want to demonstrate skill inside of MVC or ASP.NET or React or Angular, whatever you're using, that allows you to practice further in your skill development as you build your own blog software and then you host it. It shows that you have credibility as a developer, and it also gives you more visibility as a developer, because we're going to build our own blog software and then we're going to push those out. So you're probably asking yourself, why in the world would I do this? Well, one of the things that you can do is you're probably thinking, hey, I'm a coder, not a writer. I don't want to really write blogs. And so I want to give you some blog ideas, things that you can write about, and then in turn, you can push those out via social media and other kind of platforms. So the first thing you want to do is write about the coding challenge. Now, you remember those 5 mini sites that we were talking about? You can write how you solve that and write a blog article about that. Maybe just one section of a code. For example, let's say you took the coding challenge FizzBuzz and you build an app around FizzBuzz. If you don't know what FizzBuzz is, you can look it up on after this. Just Google FizzBuzz. And so you build an app around FizzBuzz, and you can talk about your solve to that coding challenge. And you also can go to LeetCode and look at any kind of coding challenge, and then you can start writing about those, how you solve that, and point them to in your blog back to your mini site. You can also talk about features in your projects. Let's say that you want to talk about how you use the database in your React app, or how do you use the database in your ASP.NET application. Maybe you talk about ORMs like Entity Framework or something like that. Maybe you want to talk about object-oriented programming and how you do that, or interfaces, or any of those kind of topics. You can talk about that topic and then show code from your project as you solve that project in a blog item. You can also do how-to articles, very simple ones like how to use the fetch API, or maybe what the picture tag is in HTML, or how do I use CSS, very simple things that you can write short and sweet blog articles. Now, what does this do? This, again, as you build this blog site out, you can improve your SEO rank, and it gives more chances for people to find you. Now, imagine this. What if someone was looking for how to use the fetch API, and they also run dev teams, and they just happen to find your article? They may inbound to you because they read your article and say, hey, I'd like to talk to this person. This person seemingly knows what to do. Look at all of these blog articles they've wrote. It gives you massive credibility and increases your visibility. So I want you to think about that as you write your blog and fill it out. So finally, in this build step, the thing that we want to do is we want to create a rockstar GitHub portfolio. And what do I mean by rockstar GitHub portfolio? First off, I want you to publish all of your code in there. So you're going to publish the code to your portfolio. You're going to publish the code to your all your mini sites. You're going to publish the code to all your projects. But what I want you to do is take it one step further. Take it one step further and enhance the README. So if you don't know what a README is, the README in all Git portfolios has a language in it called Markdown, and it allows you to put a lot of information in there, and you can style it like you would a web page. You can add images, you can add links, you can even add kind of actions in there, where I've seen some GitHub some GitHub repos, you can click a button and it'll clone it and push it to the current logged in repo. And so that's very important. But what I want you to do is design this, kind of brand each one of your mini sites and each one of your projects. And then I want you to strongly display the demo link of the hosted version, because I want you to think about this. GitHub is the industry standard for a code repository. Yes, you can do the same thing on Bitbucket. You can do the other things in other platforms that allow you to host Git. But let's talk specifically about GitHub. Now, GitHub, what we can do inside of GitHub is obviously host all our code, and we got a demo app. Now, one thing that we want to do, and the reason I'm asking you to not just use your GitHub as the only thing that you show people, is because an HR representative may be at your GitHub and they may look at it, hey man, that's really cool, but they don't know how to clone it. They don't know how to even evaluate it. But if you give them that sweet button right there in the middle of the README, click here to see the published version, then even a non-technical person or a dev manager who doesn't want to take the time to even look at you, go through your GitHub, will go over there and look at your published demo app, which will in turn drive them back to your portfolio. And so what this does is, by taking the time to kind of make your GitHub repos a little bit better by enhancing the READMEs, it goes to a long way of giving you massive credibility, and also sways the viewer to think, oh, there's something special about this person who's building this code. They're just not like everyone else who just pushes it out there and doesn't really look into the README that much. So let's think about this. Why in the world would I do all this? And you're probably asking, hey, Bobby, does this really, really work? I want you to think about it. If you wrote 20 blog articles, you have a GitHub, you have 3 project sites and 5 mini sites, all pointing to your portfolio. This gives you massive credibility and visibility. It drives traffic to your portfolio and increases your SEO relevancy ranking. So if someone happens to be doing a search for how to use the Fetch API and one of your blog items came up, or one of your mini sites came up, or one of your projects came up, it allows them to very quickly find your portfolio sites, because what we need to do is be visible. Now, what you're probably thinking is, this is a whole lot of work. And you're probably thinking, yeah, if I could do all that, I'm Superman. I want you to think about this quote from Jerry Rice. And it's a quote that I really like. And it says, today I will do what others won't, so tomorrow I can do what others can't. And what the others can't do is get a software job, because they don't put the effort in up front. There's so much advice out there today that says, hey, learn to code over the weekend and you too can be a software developer job on Monday. And I don't think that's true. I think you need to be committed to the process of building lots of things, especially for those that want to break in. I think that you need to even go through building out a portfolio with projects, even if you're a computer science grad. Now, a lot of times people think, I just need to get a computer science degree and I'll break right in. We talk to so many students come to our boot camp that have CS degrees, but they can't break in because they can't demonstrate the skill that employers are looking for. Now, there's some employers out there that say, oh, you got a CS degree, you're hired. But what if you didn't get a CS degree? What if you went to a boot camp or you went to somewhere else? What I want you to think about is, if you can show and demonstrate these kind of these techniques, these projects, these mini sites, this portfolio, these blog items, it goes a long way to getting you that first software job. So think about the hard work that you got to put in. Now, I think this will take you probably 3 months full time and maybe 6 months or 9 months in self-study if you're doing the full online route. And what we do at boot camps like Coder Foundry, we build all of these things in 12 weeks, but we're spending 50 to 60 hours a week. And you're like, I can't do that. Agreed. Not everyone can do that. So what you can do is go the total self-learning route and maybe spend the weekends doing this. And it just makes it a little bit longer. But I think you can do this easily within 6 months to 9 months, a year on the outside, if you stay focused and build all of the things that we're asking you to build. So you're probably thinking, okay, let's say that I went through all this effort and I built all of this stuff, but no one is calling me back. We talked to a student on our YouTube channel, not a student, but a guest on the YouTube channel, that he interviewed 600 times, didn't interview, but he applied for 600 jobs and got 0 callbacks. And he even said, I even built the projects that you asked me to do. And he was telling us that this doesn't work. Well, after further investigation, he did a couple of things wrong. And let's talk about the things that you need to do to make sure that someone can find you. And so getting a job requires that hiring managers can actually find you. So the first thing you need to do is promote your blog articles. We're going to use blog articles as one of our primary vehicles to get noticed. So for example, I'm going to use social media to promote my blog article. So when I write a blog article, I'm going to promote that link on Twitter, and I'm going to use hashtags to promote it to a wider audience. Now, while we're talking about Twitter, what I also want you to do is follow people who could hire you. Do research and find companies in your area that you want to work for that hire for the stack that you know how to do, like .NET jobs or React jobs, or Swift jobs if you're doing mobile, or Android mobile development if you're doing Android mobile development. Follow people that do that could hire you. Engage in their tweets, and then they'll see their mentions, and you'll be in their mentions. But always remember this: always be nice. But then promote all of your blog articles through Twitter, and then use hashtags to push it out to a wider audience. Now, the other thing that I talk to a lot of people about is they don't have a LinkedIn portfolio or a profile. And they're saying that I don't like it. It's not as cool as Twitter. It's not as cool as Instagram, or it's not like TikTok. It's not useful to me. Here's what I want you to understand. If you do not have a LinkedIn portfolio, you might as well be invisible to hiring managers, specifically recruiters. Now, here's the thing that you need to understand. Recruiters almost extensively, or they must only use LinkedIn to find candidates. So they're exclusively looking on LinkedIn for candidates. And if you're not on LinkedIn, they cannot find you. Let me repeat that. If you're not on LinkedIn, they cannot find you. And so what you need to do is create a portfolio, but you can't just slap one together either. You've got to make one that is stand out and looks professional. Now, there's a lot of courses out there that you can take on what you should do to make a professional portfolio. But I'm going to give you one big hint. Number one, take a professional photo, and don't use a photo from your wedding or a photo from you at the bar or anything like that. Take a professional photo. And then I want you to also fill out the profile completely. Fill out everything. Now, especially, I want you to go into one of the sections where you can show your work and add in your portfolio and the links to your projects and all your mini sites, so that when a recruiter finds you, they know what your skills are, and they can click that portfolio, they can click one of those projects, and they're more than likely to reach out to you directly because they're trying to fill roles. Now, recruiting, using recruiters is the secret to find, one of the secrets that you can use to find out a job. But you've got to have a pro-level LinkedIn account. Now, you can also make posts inside of LinkedIn as well. And so when you make a post, I want you to push it to Twitter. Also want you to push it to LinkedIn. And at the bottom of each of the articles or the posts in LinkedIn, you need to have an About Me section, and then links that can push them back to your portfolio or your blog software so they can read more about what you're doing. But you want to have the post there as well, and maybe you can route them back to your blog software, which in turn may route them back to your portfolio. So I want you to also engage in posts about coding and technology. I want you to always, always, always on LinkedIn remain positive. I think you should make sure you stay away from things like politics or arguments and things like that on LinkedIn, because all it does is hurt you. I want you to engage in posts from hiring managers. If you engage in a post from hiring managers, most people that make posts look at the reactions they get and maybe the comments. I don't want you to not only like it, I want you to engage in the post and say, oh, that's a great insight and article that you wrote there. and give them praise and be nice always. And so engage in those posts with those hiring managers that could follow you, and then also try to link yourself and get attached to anyone that could hire you inside of LinkedIn so that you can get your feed in their feed. So the other thing that I want you to do, and let's go a little bit further into the job market, looking for an actual job. We're going to talk more about that in a second. But if you find a job post on a site like Indeed and you apply directly to it, what I want you to do now is message that hiring manager directly about that job. And I want you to not beg for the role. I want you to give them 3 reasons why you're a fit for this role. So for example, let's say that they're looking for an ASP.NET developer and they want you to build full stack web dev projects. What I want you to do is tell them that, hey, I'm really interested in the role that you have posted here on Indeed, and I saw that and I applied directly. So I'm following your process. But I just wanted to mention to you that I have a project written in the stack that you're trying to hire. Do you mind if you could take a look at that? Even if I can't work for you, can you give me some feedback? Maybe you can give me some help and push me in the right direction. But always, always, always ask for a conversation. And in our world, a conversation is an interview, and that's what we're trying to do. Now, they can say no, they can push you to a hiring manager, or they can push you to the HR department, and that's okay. Thank them for their time, and you appreciate them looking at it. And if they have any questions about their portfolio or the links you provided in the message, feel free to reach out to me, and you just plant that seed. But I've seen many people message a hiring manager directly. Maybe their HR department has screened out everybody and they can't find anyone. And then you come along and message directly, and it helps. So the other thing that I want you to do with your blog articles, and let's think about some other blog platforms. Now, you may have heard of Medium or you may not, and you may have heard of DevTO. Now, these are 2 kind of very popular kind of blogging platforms. So in addition to LinkedIn and Twitter, I think you should push your article to Medium and DevTO. Now, the problem with Medium is that it does have a pay site or a paywall in front of it. And sometimes that paywall can restrict access to your article. But I still want you to create a Medium account and create a DevTO account, and then link back to your portfolio and your blog site for every article that you push out. And then remember, tweet the release of that article on your Twitter account. So I want you to use LinkedIn, Twitter, DevTO, and Medium. All of those will push out your 20 blog items. Now, step 3, let's talk about the interview process. Now, the interview process requires that you actually get an interview. So getting a job means someone's got to get me to interview. And so one of the people that I mentioned that he said he applied to 600 jobs, this mistake he was making was that he was not working with recruiters. Now, I can't explain to you enough that you need to think about working with recruiters. Now, I know in our world, sometimes recruiters get a lot of hate, and I think the hate is misplaced. Now, it is true, recruiters may call you 5 times a week, especially if you're a senior dev. You're getting those calls all the time, and you're like, dude, if another recruiter calls me, I think I'm just going to throw my phone across the room, and I understand that. And sometimes recruiters will ghost you, and I understand that too. You're like, hey, they won't call me back when I need them. But the problem that we have is recruiters hold the jobs, which means even if you're applying to a job, say on Indeed, and you apply directly, the problem that you may have is that the recruiters are already talking to the hiring manager. And so they push the job out on Indeed, the company did directly, but the first day they put it out, they're looking at 5 or 6 resumes from the recruiting company, which means you see the job, you're applying, they're already interviewing. And once they start interviewing, they're pretty much going to pick from the candidates that were presented to them by the recruiter. And so you're applying to a job that you can't even get. Hence the reason when we talked to the guy, he applied to 600 jobs passively. And that's not good enough. I think you need to work with the recruiter, because the recruiter can take your resume, your portfolio, and sell you into the company. And I think that's very important. They're going to say, hey, I talked to Joe directly, or I talked to Sally directly, and they are a great fit for your organization. Look at this portfolio. How many portfolios have you seen from developers? Look at all this work that they put together, and that they can sway a hiring manager to get you an interview. Now, one of the things that we can do is this. We can also, once we get an interview, let's say you work with a recruiter and you get an interview, I want you to think about taking control of the interview. Now, you spent 6 to 9 months building your portfolio and a bunch of projects. I have so many people that leave Coder Foundry that won't demo their software during an interview. They say, well, it never came up, or they never asked to see it. Here's the little secret. They're not. The reason they're not going to ask to see it is because most people don't have one. And so they don't want to make that a requirement to work here. So they go through their own interview process. Now, if you're sitting out there and you're thinking, well, Google would never look at my interview, that may be true. And Google may have a very strict interview process that they follow, and this advice may or may not work. However, if you study really hard for their algorithmic challenges and their whiteboard challenges and the things that whatever they're doing today, and you happen to have a portfolio of projects, I promise you it's going to give you the nudge over here to the credibility where someone else may not get that nudge because all they did was pass the interview test that Google gave out. So I still think during the interview process, you can use this as a tool to sell yourself into the organization. I want you to think about that. Sell yourself into the organization. So let's say that you spent 15 grand on a boot camp and you build all of these projects and you walk into an interview and you never show your work. That's like buying a brand new car and then riding your bike to work and leaving your car in the driveway. I don't want you to leave your car in the driveway. I want you to take that portfolio out and use it during your interview. So how do you do it? So when you get to an interview, do this. Have an opening question. You say, hey, thank you for taking the time to interview me. I've built a portfolio of projects. Do you think before we get started, I realize you have questions and you have a process. Do you think that you could take a look, or I could show you my portfolio? And maybe I think that's the best way that we can tell if I'm a fit here for an organization. And they're going to say yes or no. They might say, nah, we're not. We have our own process, and that's okay. Make sure your laptop is on before you walk in the door. Set it on the table you're interviewing, open it up, and get ready to demo. Because what you're going to do is every tech question that you get, you're going to relate it to the software. So if they ask about OOP, you say, hey, I know what OOP is. Here's the definition, but I used OOP on my bug tracker project, and here's how I implemented or used OOP. Do you mind? You want to look at that code? Maybe we could look at that code and I could show you a walkthrough of it. And keep asking them to demo. If you answer all the questions based on code you wrote, you're going to win. The second thing that you can do is once you have them looking at your software, which is cool, you have now taken control of the interview, because it's human nature. Once they start looking at a piece of software, you can get them off the code trivia questions and they'll start questioning you about the software you built. And you should be able to answer questions about the software you built. And if you can't, make sure that you practice enough so that you know your software in and out, and so that you can answer any questions that's asked. Now, the other thing about demos, if you get into a full-fledged demo situation, I want you to follow a specific script. Don't just go around the horn and just go over here, go over there. I want you to demonstrate this software in a very logical, straightforward, concise manner, so that they can the demo makes sense, the project makes sense, and also if you have any bugs or whatever, you know exactly the links that you're going to hit on to show them the functionality and the features that you want them to see. Control the interview with your demo. Now, the other thing you can do that most people don't is they never ask for the job. And so what I want you to do is at the end of the interview, they'll say, hey, do you have any questions for us? And you're going to say this. I don't want you to ask about, hey, what's the work-life balance here? Or, how does the vacation plan work or anything like that? Or how's my stock bonus work out for me? I want you to think about this. I want you to ask for the job. You could say, hey, I've had a great time here. I've enjoyed the time, and I appreciate the time you spent with me. I'm glad that you looked at my code and I've answered some questions. I feel like I've done pretty well here. What do you think the best method is for me to follow up in order to secure a position here? Because I really like what you guys are doing here. It looks like you have a rock star team and everything is a fit for me. And I'm wondering, what do you think? Do you think I'm a fit for the organization, or what's the next step for me? Can I follow up with someone maybe tomorrow and we can find out if I can work here? Ask for the job. Be brave. Now, the cool thing is, if you're working with a recruiter, the recruiter can also ask for the job for you, because they'll call and follow up with the hiring managers directly after the interview. But if you show interest, you show talent, you show skill, you show projects, and you ask for the job, it goes to a long way of you landing that first software job. Now, let's think about this. You're probably thinking again, hey, does this work? I want you to think real hard about this. Think about a portfolio site that you build. Think about the 5 mini sites that you have on custom domains. You have 3 professionally hosted project sites. You have 20 blog articles. You have an enhanced GitHub, and you also have your resume. Versus what most people hire with. They walk in with a resume and maybe a GitHub. And so I see so many developers, talented developers coming out of computer science classes or even boot camps that are walking around with their resume and only their GitHub. And you walk in with all of this, which person do you think gets hired first? Because you're going to demonstrate skill, commitment to craft, credibility in your writing, your written, your oral, and your design. All of those things go well along its way to sway an interviewer to say, you know what, I'm going to give this person a shot because look at all the stuff they built. It's just human nature. Or they have to read into the other candidate, and they have to really dig into the GitHub code base to look through it and comb through their code. Or they just look at the resume and they're like, hey, there's no jobs. They've never worked here. Even though we're hiring for junior level jobs, they don't have any experience. And so I want you to think about, if you built all of this, you're going to look so much better than any other candidates. And I've seen this happen where Coder-founded grads go into an interview process and they show all of this stuff and they beat out other people that sometimes you think wouldn't, like maybe a computer science grad or something like that, because they built all of these things that they can show a development manager. So I want you to think about it. This is why it works, because you look so impressive. Now, I want you to think about this. When you get an offer, take it. And you're probably thinking, I'll take any offer I can get. Well, that's true until a lot of people start the interview process, and they go through the interview process and suddenly they get an offer, and that's when they start to decide to negotiate. Again, this is why you work with recruiters, because recruiters will sell you into the company at a certain price level, okay? And that's something that you and the recruiting person work out together and say, hey, I'll take 50 for my first job, or I'll take 65,000 for my first job. I've seen so many people, when they get an offer, then they want to negotiate, or they're like, you know what, I'm going to hold out. I'm going to turn that one down. I'm going to see what else comes my way. And when you're trying to break into your first job, I want you to think about this. Do it for the experience and not for the benefits and the money. The second job, you can negotiate more for better benefits, better pay, better vacation. But the first job, you need to do it to get the experience. Now, we had a couple of students here at the boot camp, and one of them was here in North Carolina, and he got a job offer in, I'm just going to say it, nowhere, West Virginia, in the middle of nowhere. And he was 19 years old, never lived out of his parents' house. And I sat down and talked to him. I said, listen, I think you should take the offer and move. And it was super scary for him. And he didn't like the options of moving to nowhere, West Virginia, but he did. And 6 months later, he got an offer back in his hometown in North Carolina, and he took it for more money. The experience pays off. Once you have experience, the world opens up to you. And you can talk to anybody with 5 years experience as a developer that's reasonably good at their job. They basically can find a job very quickly because we're in that much demand. But if you can't get experience, you're never going to be in demand. So you need to take the first job. Now, here's what I promise you. The first job may not be the last job you ever have. And so many times when we're young, we're trying to get an offer and we're trying to make that offer the last job I'll ever have. So, you know, I need to get $87,000 and a car. And it's like, no, you're going to get 50 in North Carolina and you're going to get 2 weeks vacation. You're going to sit in a cube with your earphones on. But that second job, you can move up and up and up. And at Coder Foundry, we call this the road to 100K. We think that the average software developer in the US makes around $97,000 a year. And you can go look that up on payscale.com. But that's not their first job walking out of, say, learning on your own, a boot camp, or even a computer science degree. Now, if you're sitting out there on the West Coast in California, your mileage may vary. You may get a higher end salaries, but the cost of living is higher too. But I want you to understand is when you get an offer, that first offer, take it for the experience. Because I had another young man that went to Georgia from North Carolina, interviewed, he got an offer, and he turned it down based on the political leanings of the company. Now, given our charged environment that we live in, I can see where sometimes that can hit you back, whether they voted for your person or that person, it doesn't matter. I told him that in general, you probably won't see the president of the company that much. Take the job for the experience and then move on to the company that better aligns with your values. Now, I'm not asking you to go work for someone that steals for a living or does something unethical. What I'm saying is sometimes you have to like trim down your expectations from the employer in order to get the experience, and then manage your career, you.com, and move when it's beneficial to you. Move to that next job, move to the second job, move to the third job. No one's going to stop you at that point once you have the experience. But if you can't break in, it's really hard. So take that first job and it'll serve you well. So that's our developer marketing plan. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on at CT Bobby Davis on Twitter. And I'm also on LinkedIn as well if you want to connect with me. I have videos about this. If you want to see this presentation again, it's on YouTube and you can rewatch it. I don't know if I can take questions or anything like that, but I will.
That's a great presentation, Mavi.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm actually going over now all the comments on YouTube to see if there's any questions or we don't miss any.
All right. Hopefully some questions there and I'll answer them. So
is it possible to get the slides? That was a common question.
Yeah, so not this. I've got it on YouTube. So I've done this on my YouTube channel. Just go to Coder Foundry on YouTube and look for the 3-step developer job, and the same talk is on that YouTube channel. So
awesome.
It's recorded and just as good. If I give you the slides, it's not good because there's a lot of content around the slides. So I think just watching it with the talk is the best way to get it.
Yeah. So there's a lot of versions of this. Great advice. People are
okay. Thank you, Emily. Thank you. All right, that's good. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder what your comment is on this.
Okay.
That some recruiters have no junior level jobs.
So that's not true. So like we do it all the time.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to work with a recruiter. They're placing junior level jobs. So how, Dan, how jobs get filled is whether it's junior or senior. And let's say that you're hiring and you have a dev team of 20, but you want to mix in some juniors with your dev team or whatever. You're not going to spend 3 or 4 weeks or months looking for junior devs. You're going to farm it out to the recruiting firms. So I promise you that firms like Tech Systems and all the national ones are also using. They're trying to find entry level or junior level jobs. Now they get paid less, so the commission's less to the recruiter and it's less to the company. But they are doing it because we see it every single day. In fact, in our demo days that we have inside of our boot camp, a lot of times it'll be multiple national recruiting companies that are just trying to get to our graduates so they can place them into these junior level jobs. And I assure you they're not doing it for free. So it still happens. Now, there's some small companies that only can hire 3 people and 2 of them are junior. They may do it on their own. And that's why you still got to use Indeed to apply directly. And you still got to like message them directly on LinkedIn like a recruiter would do for you. But recruiters do find jobs. So you can use both. You don't have to like just do it one way. You can use a recruiter and do your own search.
This is another question we got. Do you think unpaid internships are worth?
So I get this a lot. And I think, I don't know how you feel about this, but I think unpaid internships in coding should be illegal. I think you should at least make minimum wage when you start working. So if it's the only job you can get, you need to get experience. And if you think that experience at that internship will actually land you a job, then yes. But I think you should at least try to find paid work first. And I don't think you should stay at an unpaid internship any longer than 3 months or 6 months on the outside, because you need to make money. We do this for a living. And I think coding is so much in demand, you really shouldn't have to do it for free unless you're helping out your mom or your dad or, you know, a friend or something like that. You're doing something pro bono for a nonprofit or something like that. But like just to work for, you know, big co and they got unpaid internships, they should pay you. That's
I think also you should utilize that time to invest on your portfolio rather than doing it for free.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I always tell people a lot. Say, if you spent 6 months working for somebody for free or 6 months building out projects that you could show somebody, you're still getting paid nothing, but these projects that you build will give you a better way to land a job for sure.
Yep. Here's another question. Should you take a help desk job?
So you can, I would take like, and we're not, all of us aren't like independently wealthy. So you need to take the job you can get so you can eat, you know, and pay for Netflix. I mean, so like you got to have a way to earn a living. So there's nothing wrong with taking a help desk role. You'll learn a lot about networking. You'll learn a lot about software development and design just by helping people through their problems. It also allows you to communicate to a hiring manager if they have a dev team, and you can say, hey, I'm studying this on my own. Do you think I could apply for a role in your dev team? And that sometimes I've seen a lot of people laterally move from a help desk position into a dev position because the company's doing both. And I think that's okay, but just keep on looking for that software job though. Don't settle into that help desk job for 20 years. I mean, it should be like a way to pay the bills while you're trying to find that dream software job.
This one is the typical entry level job.
Okay. Yeah. So like so when you see job postings out there, and I think what he's asking is default, everyone expects you to have some kind of experience. I don't think that's necessarily true, but you can overcome your lack of work experience with your portfolio. And that's why we do this. It's like someone say, oh, you built a bug tracker, a blog site, and you built this other thing. That's kind of cool. Like, how did you build that? And then you can talk about it. And that's how you break through with projects. And then also your resume does get filtered out through these scanners. And that's for sure. That's 100% happening, which is why you work with a recruiter and why you contact hiring managers directly and say, hey, Mr. Hiring Manager, I saw your job posting. I realized my resume doesn't match what you're looking for, but just take a look at my portfolio. And that's really what shows what I can do. And that's how you break through. It works. You can do it.
In that realm, what do you think of, let's say someone built, you know, a lot of small projects and spends, I don't know, 5 months doing this, and they never work in the tech industry. Should they put that experience in their resume so it doesn't look like they have no experience?
What I tell them is like, when you need to redesign or rethink your resume needs to be a vehicle to highlight your projects and not highlight your work experience. So your work experience is go down the level, but like in the top in like the H1 tag should be like, visit my portfolio right here. And by the way, I've got these projects too. Boom, 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 right there in the resume. Rethink how the resume is, and then put your work experience at, you know, I was at McDonald's, or, you know, I flip burgers here or there. And so, but I've seen people break in from minimum wage jobs doing things that you wouldn't think because they had a portfolio into a highly paid software position. So it can happen.
Yeah. And also I wanted to add that one of the advice that I always give is that when you build portfolios and you play around with technology and solve problems yourself, one of the things that is good about that is that when you are sitting on that interview, is that you could drive the conversation of how, you know, the problems that you went through to fix whatever issue you were facing when you were building an app.
Yeah, the number one mistake I see during the interview process is the customary, we have this like customary approach to interviews. Like when I go in there, I should answer every question they ask me, and I shouldn't ask my own questions.
Mhm.
And what you should do is relate that question to your portfolio and try to get them over there and get them off these questions, because they have 10 questions they ask every developer. And I've seen one of our interviewers here at Cortex asked a guy for a junior level job to explain multi-threading. And I looked at him, I said, we're not doing multi-threading here. Like, why do you think that's important? We build websites, we're not doing that. And so like, those are the types of questions that you get. And because you can't answer one of them, they'll say, oh, he can't work here.
Yeah.
And so you need to get them off and look at your portfolio, and then you can win.
Yeah, I say like drive the conversation. Don't let it. Yeah. Anyway, so the next question is, can I make the first job my internship?
Yeah, and so I speak from experience here in the U.S. I don't think internships, you should be unpaid. I don't know how that works in other places of the world, and maybe that's just a necessary thing you have to do. But you can do your first job as an internship. Try to make some money while you're doing it. I want everyone to make money, make a living doing this, and not necessarily work for free for 6 months to a year.
Yeah, it's another question here.
Yeah. So here's what I tell every single person on our YouTube channel. Don't think about the language first. Think about what you want to build first. You want to be a full stack web dev. You want to be a mobile dev. You want to be in data science. All of those have different stacks. I see so many people learning Python, C#, C++, and SQL, and they don't really ever build a project. They're just going through code examples. So pick what you want to learn. So if you're picking ASP or you're picking full stack web dev, you can build something with ASP.NET. You can build something React. You can build something with Angular. You're not necessarily going to pick Python to build those, even though you could. That's not the most in-demand thing for that. If you want to go to data science, well, then you're going to pick Python over here because that's what everyone's using. If you're picking mobile, that's going to be what I think right now is cross-platform mobile development. You're looking at Flutter, you're looking at Xamarin, or you're looking at React Native. Those are the three major ones out there. You also can learn Swift and Java or Kotlin on the mobile side. So pick what you want to build, then pick the stack that gives you the most opportunity to break in.
Yep. This is a different flavor of the same. I think we have covered this in terms of internship. Anything you want to add on that?
I think if you can get the first job, just skip the whole internship thing altogether. I think, and especially in the US, you can do that. Like, it's not as beneficial as people think it is, especially if it's unpaid. I think you can get a job with a really good portfolio with no experience today, because we see bootcamp grads do it all the time. And our bootcamp grads come from regular working jobs, like maybe they're in their 20s and they've never held a professional position. It's been minimum wage or in retail or something like that, or a teacher, and then they move straight as their next job into software. And I think it's because of the portfolio that allows them to demonstrate skill.
Cool. Oh, this is about tooling. Which tools is better?
Okay, but given all of those, number one, you got to have a LinkedIn portfolio no matter what you do. Just bite the bullet. You've got to have that. Second, Indeed's going to give you what are the open positions. So that's super important. Glassdoor will show you kind of like, hey, how does that hiring process? We're not really concerned about that much at all, especially for our first job. We're trying to say, I want to get my first job. And if I work in a place that's not the best, I'll just move in 6 months to a year. And I would start with LinkedIn and then start looking at Indeed for what's open and what positions I can find.
Okay, I think this is pretty much it. This one had a comment. I think someone was looking for nonprofit work.
Yeah, so like you can work for a nonprofit a lot of times, and nonprofit doesn't mean they don't have money. Sometimes they'll pay you too. So like, don't think about nonprofit saying they don't have money. It just means they're taxed differently. The other thing is, absolutely, you can look into freelancing. You can look at Fiverr. There's TopTool. There's a lot of these types of sites out there that you can do consulting or freelance work. And I can tell you that works. A lot of people think, I want that W-2 job, and it gives them the illusion of security. Well, we all know that companies can go out of business. And I took my freelance career and I turned that into a consulting company. Now I employ people W-2, but it started out by me just taking on an individual project, doing it, completing it, and turning it in. So you can absolutely make money on Fiverr. You can also make money doing WordPress as well.
What do you think of this? This one is Famous, I love your take. I would love to hear your take on this one.
So I in the past, I've held certifications through Microsoft. I'm a .NET professional. In recent years, I haven't been doing it because I felt like they're just taking my money at this point, and it doesn't. And I also found myself just studying the questions to answer them to get the cert. It wasn't making me move forward as a professional. I spent more time actually studying things. So do companies look at certs? I think it's on the margins. They might go, okay, he's got his, he's a Microsoft certified professional. He's got his MCAT or whatever. And that may move the needle a little bit. What will really move that needle is that portfolio moves it like that. And they're like, I don't care what cert he's got. Look at all the stuff he's built. So I think that is really, I don't think they make it a decisioning factor. It's on the margins.
Yeah, I did the whole, I don't even know if it exists or still, MCSD, Microsoft Certified Solution Developer,
right?
.NET. So that one was that you needed to take a bunch of tests and you needed to do this. And at that time, when I was doing that, I know the companies will benefit by having, like in the company that I used to work with, if you had 2 MCSD in the company, then they will get the free.
Yeah,
like all
so
the
they get
free
Gold
technical
partner,
stuff.
for example.
Yeah,
they get Gold partnership, and so that's a thing that could help. They're like, oh, you got a cert? Okay, we'll put you on, but they're not going to go, if you have a cert, we'll hire you anyway. They're going to still look at you. So, but yeah, you're probably right. That does give you a little bit of a leg up in the hiring and management process.
Yep. So that's still a thing where the company must have a number of people.
Yeah,
certified?
So for Gold, it's typically 4 on your staff to get Gold partner. And then from there, you can get Visual Studio and an MSDN license for all your employees up to 30. And so if you look at buying Visual Studio alone, that's pretty expensive. But you also got to pay $5,000 to $6,000 or maybe even $7,000 at the company level to get that. So it kind of all works out in the wash. But it does give your employees access to an MSDN license and then get all the software that they need to do their job. So it's cool. I mean, it's really cool.
Yeah. So the next question is, would you recommend taking a recruiter job then switching to dev? That's interesting.
I have seen recruiters switch into dev. And so what happens is they build relationships. They're studying jobs, or they're studying how to code on the side. And then they take one of those relationships and flip it into a job. So it's not bad, but I would say focus on what you want to do. And I would say stay committed to your craft, focus on that. But we all have to eat, and a recruiter job isn't bad. They actually can be very lucrative. It's not a bad gig. But if you really want that dev job, spend time learning and making your job. What's up, Alex? Tech Rally. I know Alex. So yeah.
So take that one away.
Yeah. So if you're doing freelance work, how should you tailor your resume on LinkedIn? So what you want to do is make sure your resume or your LinkedIn profile shows that you're open to work, that you're taking jobs. Your portfolio should be more of a round of call to action. So in the top part of your portfolio should have a CTA say, hey, or contact me for work, and make sure it's well known that you're working as a freelancer and that you can take multiple requests. And just because it shows employed as a freelancer down there, some people may not contact you, but if you make it well known that you're looking actively for project work, then they'll call you. And looking for project work is cool because there's a lot of companies that don't need a full-time dev, but they need one for the next 6 weeks. And if you're used to doing that, it can be pretty lucrative.
So this is great because this is when people listen to your advice and go and apply it on you. He's asking if you're looking to recruit.
Am I looking to recruit him? Is that what he does? That's good. I mean, so reach out and that's what you should do. You're taking my advice by talking to me to see if I have opportunities right now. And so I would say, hit me up on LinkedIn. We'll see what's going on. I don't want to broadcast this because this may go in maybe 6 months from now in the future, and I may not be looking, but I do have a consulting company, and we were always looking for .NET devs for sure.
Awesome. All right. I think we went through all the questions
okay, good.
we had. And that was really awesome. A lot of great advice. Hopefully everyone here use a little bit of it. If you are new, you're going into the tech industry, following this plan will get you to where you want to be. And if you're already in the tech industry, following this advice will hopefully get you from 100,000 to 200,000.
Jump to the next level where that CEO of that company just directly emails you through LinkedIn and say, hey, are you available? Because they're reading an article on JavaScript or something like that, and then you say, yeah, I'm available, and bam, you bypass everything. HR, the whole application process happens all the time.
Yeah.
So,
last question. Let's do this one, and then we move on. What's your view on job gaps?
Yeah, so everyone has job gaps, man. I mean, things happen in life. We get sick, we get unemployed. I mean, heck, COVID has made a lot of job gaps for a lot of people this year that are extremely talented. So what you have to do is, how did you spend your time in that job gap? And you can say, well, I took my job gap. So I was employed in March and because of COVID, and now in September, I'm out looking for another full-time job. While I was doing that, here's the things that I worked on. You want to look at this project I built? And then they forget about the job gap and they're looking at your portfolio, and that's how you explain it. So you just, you were learning, or you're focusing on your skills during that job gap. So, you did contract work and you were looking for contracts. I don't think it's that bad necessarily.
All right. So we're running out of time here. We are going to move from this channel to the link for track 1 on the YouTube link. I posted on the chat here. Make sure to join us there. We're going to do a closing ceremony and have a small raffle. There's a lot of cool stuff to be had. Make sure you put your name and give us a feedback. This was a magnificent conference. We had a lot of great speakers. We have a lot of content, a lot of stuff that you could go back and look into and follow the advice of our speakers. But please make sure to tell us, like where we did good, where things that we could improve. This is something that it'd be nice to keep doing in the future, bringing together the South region communities and expanding our network. And thank you so much, Valerie, for sharing.
Oh, no problem. I enjoyed it. I had fun, and I'm glad someone actually watched and asked questions. So that's going good.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. All right. See you guys. All right. See you later. See you guys on the other side, on the other link. Please follow us there. Thank you.